Howdy, everybody. Hope everyone is doing all right. Let me kill the music here real quick. Check that my tracking is... Oh, I forgot to... Give me a second. I was late. I got back from work late, so I didn't have time to set up correctly. Let's see. Shirt goes off. My screen is also blown out completely. No, not that one. In hindsight, I should have just probably left the Iron Halo as like a permanent fixture. How's it going, Sort of a Demon? How's it going, Crespian? Hello, hello. Thank you for dropping in. Righty-ho. So, I hear I didn't look at the news today. No, that's a lie. I didn't look at the news. So we're going to be looking at some stuff. How dare you? How dare you, Digby? I will not be defeated. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm currently drinking a sliced up lime with some water. Okay. What were we looking at? I don't want to look at Jon Stewart. He did not cook today, although to be fair, it's a very difficult message to rescue, so fair play, sir. Let's probably move this over here. All right. Nothing ever happens. I mean, in a way, you know, LA is always on fire, and usually it has something to do with gay race communism, so that sort of checks out. Right, so, of the funny things happening, an NGO is apparently engaged in thwarting federal agents from deporting people who should not be here. Hey there, No Terry. Love the idea to flooding them with Cointel. I don't know what Cointel is. You've been arguing with a North Korean. How does a North Korean have access to Twitter? Oh, counterintelligence. It's more like misinformation, very blatantly. But yeah, here's your phone number. I assume it's federal, but if you're in Texas, you know what? Especially if you're in Texas, make sure to call this funny number. If you're feeling particularly adventurous, you may hang out by the Home Depot where you have just reported an ICE raid. And just talk to those people, film the interaction, ruin their day. Actually, know a North Korean, which was unhinged in a knows what people taste like way. I would expect North Koreans to know what people taste like. No, Terry. It's not an ambush generator. It's an ambush if you mean to do violence. And violence is bad because you're going to catch a charge. I am a very strong advocate for my entire chat room to be able to own guns legally, because we're going to point and laugh at a felon who lives in Texas today. No. You are there to very specifically confront them over what they are doing. It's not illegal to confront people over doing bad shit, contrary to popular belief. It is okay to call people out on the bad things that they do, especially if they do so as part of an NGO. I need to bump down the brightness on my screen. It's distracting me. Knows what they taste like and likes it. I mean, human flesh is optimally balanced in terms of amino acids, so it's, I guess, like, you know, communism will do that to you. Eating a Kit Kat, watching all the Guatemalans run out. Okay, that's definitely an activity. But the point I was making is, these are not government agencies. You're not occupying government resources. There is no charge for making a false call. So, and you need to, that's why I said you need to record the interaction. Have a GoPro on yourself, or, you know, just record with your phone, be with a group of people around you when confronting them. Never do anything illegal. Definitely don't record yourself doing illegal stuff. Be a nuisance. Ruin those people's day. Have them on camera because maybe some of them will lack the emotional restraint and they'll provide some kind of interesting yab. Or they will get frustrated after the 5th call today and they may swing at you. At which point, this is mutual combat. Happy month of the Sacred Heart. I was told that it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Day, or rather month, excuse me. So yeah, these are the phone numbers. Go make some funny phone calls. All right, so Indivisible, the organizer behind this week's No Kings protest. We're going to be looking into that. Received $7 million from George Soros. Month of the Sacred Heart sounds Catholic. I don't know the Catholic canon, nor do I pretend to. So, important to understand that LA riots and the upcoming No Kings riots have different backers and different ideologies. LA riots are funded by Neville Singham, a CCP activist who is vehemently anti-Western, an actual Marxist. No Kings is funded by Soros, who is a pro-homogenized, pro-globo-homo, basically. So, know the difference, call out both. Be aware. I don't know why this is some kind of judo video that I had opened. This is a Newaza video. We're gonna look at that later if we have time, okay? Pinky promise. Soros is a fucking ghoul. I believe he wanted to say power lich. But courtesy of Homeland Security, we have actually some on-the-ground footage here. Throwing a rock, by the way, is assault with a deadly weapon. For those of you not aware, the DOJ has, I believe the FBI has already posted, yeah, exactly. This guy got hit with a 50K bounty, and you believe he's arrested now? Damn. Well, we missed out on a payday. Sorry, chat. I apologize for only streaming twice a week. Remember, these are peaceful protests. Exactly. This is several days prior to the guard being called in. No, listen, with a 50K bounty, he'd better be fucking found very fast. So very specifically, throwing rocks at cars. What is this? Oh, that's a windshield. Whoa, okay. I was under the assumption that, you know, at least feds would have better windshields, but I guess not. 50K with his friends in LA that send him up the river for a Klondike bar. Also not wrong. You know, peaceful protests with peaceful slogans. Death to ICE. This is lovely. This is definitely going on an election poster in the midterms. Even armor and glass can only do so much against a brick. Fair enough. But this is just a fucking gift to the Republicans in the midterms. This is going to be on every campaign ad, especially of Gavin Newsom freedom fighters, am I right? Waving the Mexican flags to very specifically be not sent to Mexico. Hey there, Melty Berry. We're going to quickly peruse the news cycle because I was not great about gathering my original sources. The thing is, all our enemies are cowards because Mexican president. Phew. We're going to get to the Mexican president. We're gonna get to her in fucking spades momentarily. Broken Hammer, welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. Also, W username. Right, where were we going? This, yeah. So more absolutely winning midterm footage over here. But as this is happening, I'm not sure I'm not going to get dinged for this because, well, technically this is what this is. A Qatari. We're going to play this without the sound because, you know, he's speaking in retard squiggles either way, so there's not a lot of sense in playing the sound. But the point is, Al-Qaeda leader, retard name, urged American Muslims to wage jihad and assassinate U.S. officials, naming President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk among the targets. Also, Pete Hegseth. So this guy decided to publicly call out the exact 4 people who have the authority and capability of dropping a 2-ton bomb on his head. These people are never beating the median IQ being 70 allegation. Weird how Al-Qaeda and the Globo Homo have same enemies. I know, right? Crazy how our government is still funding terrorists. I would like to think that they stopped. It's wild to think that they did that. Well, to be fair, we also need to separate, you know, cultivating clandestine groups and those clandestine groups getting out of hand. So it's kind of unfair to just chalk it up, oh, to the government did it. It's very specifically the CIA spooks fucked up. They thought they were the smartest people in the room. They never are. Now we get this. You're getting Democrat text again. Seems to happen every time. Yeah. Every time they've experimented with clandestine groups, it's been that. It's either this or communists. Because, you know, the Kurdish Workers' Party or whatever the fuck. I mean, from a logic of them being an effective disruptive element, that's probably why you would want to pursue those. But at the same time, holy fuck, like if you had that backfire on you 5 different times over the course of the years, can you just, you know, think of a different thing to do? This is obviously not working. Okay, we're going to play this little message. But this is a very important shift in sentiment. Basically, the point of the video is that it is calling on the 4 million Muslim Americans, which is 4 million too many, if you ask me, to rise up and execute jihad. Probably stop trying to interfere where we don't belong. Bit of a you're trying to apply an extremely oversimplified lens to a very complex problem. On the face of, like, define where we don't belong, because the post-World War II world structure sort of relies on the U.S. and, you know, and her proxies in enforcing Pax Americana, because the modern world does not exist outside of the purview of Pax Americana. If that falls apart, the modern world also falls apart, and arguably it plunges itself into chaos if not correctly off-ramped off of it. I get the isolation. I sympathize with the isolationist sentiment of we don't have. How should I put this? We don't want to care about the rest of the world. Unfortunately, the rest of the world cares about us, not always in a very positive sense. And second of all, the comforts that we enjoy locally, such as the purchasing power of our dollar, however little of it may be left, is entirely reliant on America holding the rest of the world by the balls. If you want a fun one, CIA's finest military gangster had a plan to smoke bin Laden in the same room as him, and Clinton admin said no. Don't even suggest that again. Yeah, that sounds like a Clinton admin. But 4.5 million Muslims, excuse me. Yes, that's still 4.5 million too many. And he is basically agitating them to execute jihad on American soil. Do not consult anyone about killing infidel Americans. You should have a lot of determination, and the list of your targets should be effective. President Trump posing with an Orthodox priest, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, for some reason with a cross on his forehead. So yeah, here's I guess the state of Michigan is going to be cleansed next. To quote an extremely overquoted movie, I'm actually tickled to hear you say that. So yeah, apparently they're using the potential disruption that's going to be caused by this particular event happening on the 14th to potentially start striking at authority figures in the U.S. So, as I've said previously, the Mohammedans are not well built for cohabitation. They do not integrate. They are a hostile element that's trying to entrench itself in your society. You vote, we send him a small firework care package from Raytheon, preferably one with 6 extendable blades. You see, if you're calling about if you're talking about the flying Ginsu, it doesn't technically qualify as a firework because I don't believe it has any combustible elements. It's definitely not HE. Hey there, Bigger Branch. We're talking about how we're discussing a solution, a final solution, if you may, for the Muslim question. Oh boy, this started off great. So yeah, No Kings, which is a systematic riot that's going to be planned, that is being orchestrated by a Soros-affiliated group. Hopefully, they will slip up in their paperwork and in the paper trails. They will do a fucky-wucky and give a reason to the DOJ to finally go after both Soros Sr. and Jr. and finally find them guilty of treason. I would say denaturalizing them is too light of a punishment. I would prefer to see them hang. Send them back? Tempting, but unfortunately, that might be a little bit too humane. Not all rockets explode, hence small. Okay, fair enough. In Amarillo, who's committing to that death sentence? I'm not sure what conversation you're having here. But yeah, this is the map where this is all happening. There was an attempt to start some shit in Austin yesterday, which was funny because it was immediately squashed. Like, not even, it did not spring any wings. It was like 30 people there. Austin PD showed up, gave an order to disperse. Anyone who didn't disperse got their shit kicked in, and they were packed up and brought away. And that's about it. Appears to have dots where it's happening, and there's a dot in fucking Amarillo. Land of who the fuck are these dead men? Okay, got it. As it should have been. Yes, exactly. Well, this is the key difference. Here's the thing. Gavin Newsom is claiming that the crisis is caused by the feds interfering. That's incorrect. The crisis is caused by state police, by LAPD, who are, by the way, one of the better funded police departments in the country, refusing to quash the riots that were sparked as an attempt to prevent ICE from executing lawful removal orders. I'm not sure what. Okay, the individual points are actually individual riots. There is one planned for Austin. So, and the funniest thing about this is planned for, the main one is going to be in Houston, I guess. This is planned for June the 14th. So for those of you not in the know, hello there, Patchwork. Welcome, first chatter. The LAPD chief flat out said that he doesn't want to work with the feds in a press event. Well, yes, and they are still a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city, so they are outright refusing to cooperate with ICE specifically, of all feds. So I guess reaping meets sowing. But the larger and funnier, arguably, point here is that June 14th, on this particular year, is the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army. Which means that all of these blue-haired chuckle fucks are going to try to start shit on arguably the biggest military celebration of the last century. And they're also going to be doing that pretty much everywhere where there's a significant veteran population and where there are a lot of military bases. And not all of them Army, to be fair. Like San Antonio is, I believe, mostly air bases. Austin mostly has National Guard. A lot of veterans live in California. A little known fact. So I assume that in a lot of these places, a lot of people are going to get their shit broken clean off way before the police ever decides to interfere. Or maybe that was going to spur the police to actually interfere because they probably don't want to scrape those rioters off the pavement the following morning. Base to refuse the feds in principle? So under normal circumstance, that actually depends. It depends on what the feds are doing. Because, again, not all feds are the same. Because the ATF are feds and ICE are feds. I specifically voted for ICE to remove people who should not be in the fucking country. I completely co-sign the deport 10 million objective. I voted specifically for this. This was one of the big issues that I voted for. Now, in the same breath, there is Fed activity. You don't disagree, just funny? That's also true. But at the same time, Texas has recently passed a law essentially decriminalizing the possession of an unregistered short-barreled rifle or short-barreled shotgun, same as they do with suppressors, meaning that the ATF can no longer use state resources to enforce the NFA. I believe it still applies to machine guns, which is actually a pretty toothless law. The only thing that it does is that people who get busted with SBSs by anyone who's, a state-level trooper, who's not a Fed, basically, they're just not going to they're not going to catch a state-level charge in addition to the federal one, which is, 10 years in prison and $250,000 in fines. It's still not exactly optimal. And the limitation on using state resources to enforce those laws is also kind of flimsy because, A, the ATF still has its enforcement branch. They still have police forces that they can use for raids without relying on local police. And they can always lie about the grounds for a specific raid and still get state-level support. And then when they're going to be caught lying, there's really no mechanism for repercussions. So, big if true, but ultimately doesn't do a lot. But I've posted a quick warning to people in my Discord and reposted it to my Twitter. So this is going to be a Saturday. If you live in a dense urban area, do not fucking leave home. Have your primary, whatever it may be. I recommend going with an AR pattern rifle, but to each their own. On this particular day, I will not shame you for running an AK as long as you have the ammo for it and it actually runs, which would make up just, roughly, probably like a total of 5 AKs on the entire East Coast. But yeah, keep your primary near you. Stock up on your food and ammo and all your other necessities in advance so that, you potentially don't have to travel into the city over the course of the weekend. And yeah, just generally stay within walking distance of your home, because it is incumbent upon you to ensure the safety of your home, of your suburb, of your neighborhood, whatever your immediate surrounding area is. Do not engage in protest with protesters, with rioters, unless you are in a group of a proportionate size, unless you have strength in numbers. Even if you do decide to engage with them, do not do shit that's illegal. Do not catch a charge. Do not become a felon. Our society, fortunately, is built around not being too welcoming to felons, and most DAs are cocksuckers, and they will go after you. You will not get the kitty glove treatment that is afforded to the serial junkies and, other client groups of the Democrat Party. What else did I say about that particular thing? Boom, 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 boom. We've covered that. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. So, and yeah, if you see any sign, especially not in California, you will not make a good case for yourself. In any situation, if you see law enforcement becoming activated, congregating, or whatever else, follow their instructions, but get as far the fuck away from wherever you see law enforcement as possible. The appearance of law enforcement is not a good sign in this particular context, because either A, they are going to be LAPD who are going to book you for attempting to interfere with a riot, or B, they're just not going to be entirely helpful. You don't want either of those cases. The police nowhere is currently handing out prizes for people who collect the most libtard scalps. So you're either in best case scenario, you're just not going to impress anyone. Worst case scenario, you are going to catch a charge. Please do not. All right, so someone shared this with me today. Curry Renji, I believe I followed this account on my previous Twitter account that mysteriously disappeared. Let's not look into that too much. But apparently we've achieved total chud victory in the VTubing space. Couple of life. So this is anal violence, also man LARPing as a woman while also entertaining a violent rape kink, who has been recently made famous by his attempts to cancel and dox and completely derail the life of one Kirsche Verstaal. This is a Foxu appreciating household. If you fuck with the Kirsche, you will get the Oni boot. But apparently, anal violence has crawled out of his hole that he's been hiding in for the last month and said some stuff. So let's look at the stuff that he's decided to say. Planning on separating journalism and VTubing work a bit more distinctly in the future. Don't expect a visual design change or an info educational. Okay. Simply want to have VTubing work. So nothing. Referring to so many VTubers speaking chud points. What do you mean? Haven't stated this officially. More or less ending focus on investigative work and hard-hitting reporting implying you ever did any. Interest as a journalist from this point forward is going to do media criticism and soft news. You can expect a lighter tone in that regard, and I continue to write at Waypoint. VTubers basically being right-wing. That's not even remotely true. I would say, well, here's the thing. A lot of indies, like small indies that I interact with, are just normal people with normal opinions, not even middle of the road. But most people realistically just want to grill and they don't want to pay a lot of taxes. A lot of larger indies and a lot of women are going to be default libtards. Just because, well, this is the conditioning that they received as they were growing up throughout the 90s and the 2000s. this conditioning is very difficult to break, especially coupled with the fact that women who have undergone standard socialization are by default more compassionate, and they cling on to simple solutions for exacting said compassion. So that's why they are usually bigger proponents of redistributive approaches. I'm not going to name names, but there are, well, most of them. Just as Tricky was seething over the fact that Trump dodged the bullet during his assassination attempt, and smaller VTubers have been caught stating things to the effect of "ugh, capitalism," am I right? While being allegedly not political. See a lot of right-wing women VTubers saying base things. Might be algo. Like I can think of three, which is Kersha, Leaflet, and sometimes Smuggalana. Smuggalana is hit and miss. I'm going to pour myself some tea. Smuggalana is somewhat inoculated from the gay race communism because she is Russian. Russians have seen this movie before, so they are therefore less receptive of it. Most large indies, anyone who's like, I'm going to say high 3 view, anyone who breaches 1,000 CCV, that's your Shy Lilies. Well, you know what? Never mind. I don't know Shy Lily's political stances because she's smart enough to never make them known. But Tricky, Cinder, fucking Numi, that entire clique, Bao, all of them are just default liberal Californian women. Completely irredeemable. And that's generally fine. Like they are built for being mostly pretty girls, mostly taken care of, from good social situations, and they're generally guarded from the consequences of their bad decision and of their bad votes. So yeah, I have yet to be proven otherwise. That's before I talk myself into more trouble, I'm gonna cut it at that. All right. Don't have an appetite for investigative reporting in today's environment. Increasingly drawn to doing softer writing, so things that will not get him called out for lying. Okay, got it. Want to work on my VTubing career in peace, or failing that, relative peace. And getting older. He is aware the twink death is upon him. Still interested in doing NSFW. Jesus Christ. Content coverage. This might not be at Waypoint. Looking at other avenues. Who gives a fuck? To the original question, reporting asked, can VTubing change? My answer is now no. It is also a fight I no longer have any interest in being part of. Okay, so he lost, and now he's running with his tail between his legs, right where his dick is. Porn reviews? Well, like, the thing that got anal violence on Kirsch's radar in the first place is the seething article that he wrote about Wheeler after he was displeased with them refusing to even consider his application. Because the answer from Wheeler were asked a loaded question of, like, do you accept trans women? To which they said, as long as you pass as a woman, sure. Because, shocker, Wheeler, a porn agency, wants to mainly cater to straight young men. My opinions on giving money to women on the internet in exchange for erotic gratification is an entirely separate topic that we're not going to touch upon. Yes, so anal violence is crashing out completely. Anal violence has been completely vanquished and defeated. All I want to do is write about Hololive Night, or why Stellar Blade is going to be popular, or cool VTuber resources. That's really it. I know which way the wind blows, and I want to have some peace. Okay, so he is completely defeated. The beatings have resulted in in us being rid of what passes for investigative journalism in fucking Kotaku or whatever the fuck this thing wrote for. So I want to use Waypoint as an opportunity to highlight games and creators that are often gone unseen. Nobody gives a fuck. I've been hiding my feelings on the matter since mid-May, partly why I've been offline and nobody gives a fuck. I don't think that the bad part of ENV tubing can be changed. Me, I am the bad part of ENV tubing. I think we locked into where this community is, and we can really do is create our own little communities that represent what we want. Okay, good. Rest in piss, so you will not be missed. We can't fix this community. Feels so fucking good. I know. Congratulations. We have successfully achieved gatekeeping. At least you know the news adjacent chud VTuber streaming. Okay. Someone shared this. This has to be played with sound and at full screen. I will not accept substitutes. So apparently, leftists are training to stand up to the MAGA bros. This is a training session. We're gonna give it a once over, and then I'm going to comment. We're going to provide granular breakdowns of everything that's happening here. Okay, so walking up, that is not a stable posture. Back leaning all the way back. This is not an effective guarding stance because you're not creating enough space for your hands to reciprocate when receiving force. Captain Kirk can deliver a better palm strike than that. Yeah. This is just sad. Yes, that's why I'm making you watch this. Why post this? They think this is stunning and brave. This is to give you an idea of how delusional these people are. This is legitimately the equivalent of the whatever the fuck that communist gun club was called that we looked over. Like, they were similarly incompetent and dysgenic. These people think that this is fucking good. They think that this is some kind of representation of competence. The John Brown Gun Club? I don't remember. It's filled with dysgenic commies and like whatever the fuck else you... HR in the wild. Yes. Maybe it was the John Brown Club. It does sound familiar. I know that I spent a good 10 minutes laughing at the African communist jump scare. Whenever there's an old VOD that you're not sure that you've seen, it always goes on the YouTube. So make sure to subscribe to the YouTube. Join the Discord channel. I only ping for streams or if something is very funny. Very bad palm strike. No, she does not put her weight into it. Her hind leg is not producing any kind of stability. It's not stabilizing her stance. It's not contributing to the force production of the palm strike. Winds it up a little too much. No weight on the hind leg. Again, too much wind up. Absolutely no weight on the hind leg, does not understand striking mechanics. Comes up, absolutely no stance, does not know what to do, cross-legged stance, knees hyperextended. Does not know her ranges, pink hair. Very bad combinations. Leg bowing inward, a single low kick, and there is no longer an ACL here. None of those were effective strikes. I think we've seen her do it already. No improvement whatsoever. That is not... Well, that's a clenched fist, but for some reason she's still using the base of her palm, so... I guess she's attempting to break both her wrist and her fingers at the same time. but they're also too afraid to. So there is absolutely, if there is if there is footage of these people sparring, I will pay money for it. If you bring me footage, I will give you a fucking $25 Amazon gift card. You hope the cap guy is MAGA? I don't. Let's not hold our breath here, because if he's the boss of this gym, I direct your attention to the background. When your ideology refuses to address competence with criticism, teaching fails? Yeah, pretty much. He might be scamming. Occam's razor suggests that that's very unlikely. Bet if I up it to 50, I can make it happen. Can you redeem Amazon gift cards from the Well, I know that you have UK Amazon. I guess I could buy 50 pounds worth of Amazon credit for you. Yeah, fuck it, sure. Payday is on Friday. I may as well. May as well splurge. Fine, let's raise the bounty. If you find me footage of these people sparring, I will reward you with $50 in credit to your local Amazon. Or in a donation to your throne if you have one. Okay, let's see. So Razor Fist has graced us with a video. We're being spoiled recently.
Beautiful Los Angeles, where it's beautiful Los Angeles, where it's so quiet you can almost hear a body drop. No sooner had Elon Musk posed before the Israeli embassy, brandishing a Zippo and immolated himself on national TV, than the entire city of Los Angeles said, "Hey, no fair, wait for me."
The DOD's rapid response account on X saying LA is burning. Of course, Monday morning there were no fires burning.
No fires burning. Brought to you by the people. Joe Biden is as sharp as a tack. So Hamas headband with a Mexican flag. Absolutely fantastic branding. Please keep doing what you're doing.
That kind of very hyped up, very hypercharged rhetoric coming from Trump, coming from his agencies.
It could turn very volatile if you move law
A literal row of cop cars and trucks were burning yesterday night. I know, right?
enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn.
What's just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn? What the fuck is that sentence? How is that way? Excuse me, is it just normal to have fun watching cars burn now? Am I not aware that this is a long time American pastime? They're making it real easy to agree with your dad about border policy.
Bleeding heart liberals, time to dispense some justice. 10 years, 10 years, 15 years, creep, 10 years, lawbreaker. In this city, justice comes at a price. That price is freedom.
Oh yeah, Judge Dredd is great. Judge Dredd is another example of when libs try to satirize something they don't want and they make it look cool accidentally. I have jokes to make about this, but I will not. It's so fun to burn things to the ground. Get with the program. I'm sorry, I'm not cultured.
Los Angeles, but truth is, this fiery, mostly peaceful.
FYI, you're not the immigrant your dad is, and he thinks the border should be militarized live fire zone. Reminds you of the Chinese propaganda against America? Yeah.
Violent arson had more fingerprints on it than Amber Heard's midriff. This is why Mass insists it's the most organic thing since Soylent Green. In response to the enforcement of basic immigration laws, chiefly through a recent cartel arrest, along with ICE raids on a Home Depot in the Paramount District, suspiciously well-funded and organized illegals, but enough about Hassan Piker, assembled en masse to assail a local immigration detention facility, and almost immediately, violence prevailed. What fortune for the rioters that there were conveniently located cinder blocks laid by to hammer into small pieces and pitch like a four-seam fastball at the 5-0s. This entire situation stinks like Madonna doing the splits.
I love Razor's writing about these things. That's the benefit of pre-scripted videos that he does, that he has the opportunity to write out these contrived comparisons that work so well. Judge Dredd is a complicated beast. At what point a jab at U.S. militarized in comparison police expanded a critique of pretty much everything at this point, even the very idea of democracy. It was created to poke fun at the UK's perception of Reaganism. Ah, I see. I did hear something to that effect. I was about to say, like, is our police militarized, or are they just, adequately equipped to function in a country that has more guns than people? Like, there's a reason for the funny protocols that, for example, our highway cops have to follow. But that's usually informed by the fact that, yeah, like, every traffic stop for them might be someone pulling a gun. It's usually not. It's most often than not, it's not. But then you'll get that one. Will be dramatically over-equipped if redacted. I don't know what you're talking about now, Terry. We're definitely not talking about ethnic makeups.
Despite ICE raids being law of the land and indeed being initiated almost from the moment Trump put his paw on a New Testament and said, "I do," over the weekend, this particular episode exploded like a Belfast taxi cab. So supersonic, Wally West velocitous, that weekend editions of the major American newspapers barely even covered the conflagration, if at all. Now suddenly it's the prologue to Predator 2 and Danny Glover's hanging off the side of a cop car? So who kicked in for the insurrection? Well, the list is longer than a Walgreens receipt, but early indications are a Marxist millionaire named Neville Singham, head of the PSL, or Party for Socialist Liberation, as one of the more visible instigators. Visible in that the PSL is well funded enough to actually table a candidate in the 2024 presidential election cycle, Claudia de la Cruz, albeit through a shell organization called the People's Forum, who, despite being paid by...
I'm sorry, how do you collect so much obvious commie red flags and still think that you're subtle?
A pinko millionaire almost exclusively continued to insist she is, and I quote, member funded, which, to be fair, Neville Singham certainly looks like a great big floppy member. And before you check his early life section, no, I'm afraid not. Just a good old-fashioned South American socialist, recently implicated in a vast money laundering campaign with the CCP. But he's far from the most prominent figure to support the riots, as the president of Mexico has signaled her full-throated, shockingly shrill support, but even obliquely indicated that if the Marines are employed against the foreign citizens flambeing Bentleys in the streets, she may well consider...
I hate to shill the Foxu. No, you can shill the Foxu all you want here. This is a Foxu... This is a Foxu-friendly stream. Spent a few hours talking about it today. It was interesting. She's usually very good about breaking down her sources and information. Like, that's why I like to watch Foxu, because her preparation for streams is significantly more diligent than mine. Edgy Spoonie is still alive. Genuinely surprised. Haven't seen anything from the dude since Cosby trial. He's not very regular. He's is he? I feel like he puts out a video like once every month or so. Let me see. Yeah, like, he's active. He's doing stuff. I mean, he's doing less commentary on games because what fucking games? Sweet Nausea, welcome, first-time chatter. Tread lightly.
Deploying the Mexican military across the U.S. border in their reflexive defense, to which I can but solemnly reply. Bitch, do you promise?
Honestly, fucking this. I checked my plates and made sure that I have my soft tip loaded up when I heard the news. Are we finally annexing Mexico? Please saying it ain't so.
Should be easy enough to take out your entire tank division, seeing as all you have to
Go get the fuck out, Naturi. I'm gonna fucking ban you for that. That is horrible. You should be ashamed of yourself.
do is take out the guy pushing them. But go on, you socialist sea hag. Give me an excuse to do what I want. Probably the most discommoded entity in the entire ordeal is Gavin Newsom, who in a cynical bid for a presidential run has, for long laborious months, attempted in vain to transmogrify his suburban Bolshevik image from Che Guevara to Mr. Moderate, one unlistenable podcast at a time. But it's one thing to cosplay a semi-centrist, and another thing entirely for the country at large to watch as your Reconquista constituents.
I'm sorry, but if I were to be forced to listen to not one, but two podcasts with Gavin Newsom and Charlie Kirk, I would actually kill myself at the prospect.
Set the middle of the road on fire. Cop cars, Waymos, and Cholos. Before long, even Bronson Boulevard was bedizened by flame.
Franklin University makes it possible.
As a small business owner, Spectrum being reliable allows me to work on other things in the restaurant.
And yes,
Sorry, I don't need Spectrum. I don't live in a low-income neighborhood.
that's its actual street name.
It's interesting ad timing. Listen, if your MBA program is not on the Financial Times top 10 list, I don't want it.
Yet as Trump ordered a wave of weekend warriors to LA and even mobilized the Marines, Nut Hammock Newsom was forced to descend his feckless fence post and engage in the declamatory democratic posturing that is his actual want. And if the net result of this incendiary uprising is the end of his career, can I say something without people getting mad? Is millions in property damage really too profound a price to pay to get the pompadouche out of politics for all time? Because it's one thing to argue for immigration reform while remaining more vague than Coldplay lyrics. It's another thing entirely to rebuff federal attempts at aid while his own federal facilities are encircled by an estimated 12,500 rioters, which may sound like a lot, but keep in mind, that's still only like 2 vans worth of Mexicans. But if it's a game of political chicken, Governor Gavin is going down like the Pittsburgh Pirates, while Trump's approval rating has actually risen. Color me crazy, but I remember noting the dong-dangling disparity between how the mongs in the media were portraying this public outcry versus how normies were reading the situation. Oh, around June 6th, the same day when Trump authorized the deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops to quell the violence, and only hours later attended a UFC event where he was brutally reprimanded by being cheered out of the building. And you have no one but your...
Also, apparently, leftist Twitter is now actively discussing whether or not this is a catheter or if Trump just has a gigantic penis. They can't help themselves.
To blame for the utter incoherence of this effort. Thanks to a deadly domestic disturbance launched by everyone from Lexus liberals to Leninists, no intelligible argument against the ICE raids has yet to emerge, leaving the average citizen to logically assume that your only demand is the indefensible argument that we should not have nor enforce immigration laws. And in this strip, the pain
Trump dong pondering was not on your bingo card. To be fair, they do think about other people's penises a lot.
off the wall stupidity, the left are joined arm in ass with the looniest of lulbertarians, with everyone from Chase Oliver to Thomas Massey to Rand Paul using smoldering rubble as a...
Yeah, see, like, I still identify as a libertarian. This is bad. Can we please fucking not? We need a border for a libertarian society to work. Because the libertarian society only works if it's predominantly filled by 130 IQ and up white people.
An opportunity to argue for cuts to immigration enforcement, Rand. Buddy, never mind.
I am getting banned today, aren't I?
Jumping the shark. You cleared that shit with a triple axle twist and ended with the worst landing since Owen Hart. Sign up for Hooked on Phonics and read the damn room. And worst of all, unlike the lefties, Lolberts have no actual excuse for being more tone deaf than a Yoko rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. The Pinko protesters.
You need some semblance of national harmony or unity to function? Yes, well, you need a high-trust society or a strictly enforced social contract. I agree with that entirely. Removal of borders is the antithesis of that. Yeah, you're introducing a vulnerability that is going to be abused by people from lower trust societies where cheating the system is the default approach and is actually a successful survival strategy. You need to make being a bad actor an unviable strategy, such as it is done in high trust societies. High trust societies are built on removing malignant elements and then letting everyone else enjoy the fruits of said society.
Would have written their manifesto, but they're still waiting on Ace Hardware to restock the spray paint, Lolberts, Pinkos, Dagos, orange-picking foreigners nationwide. You gave it your best shot. The media took your side immediately, printed propaganda for 2 decades straight. You got an entire utterly unwatchable movie on your behalf, Day Without a Mexican, and still, the reality of actually living with illegal immigration overwhelmed it. We don't care. You lost the optics war, you lost the argument, you lost the election. Keep it up and you'll lose even more. Worst of all, your fake-toothed tin pot of a governor can't risk breaking his centrist cave.
Just need a monarch that doesn't care? No. We don't do that here, Bigger Branch. I understand that is how you do things in the old world, but I will remind you that there's a reason you can't own guns and I can.
To actually intercede on your behalf. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 pesos. Leave now. I'll never come back. I'm Razor Fist. Godspeed.
Hell yeah. Okay, before I get copyright struck for that, I need to use the bathroom. So you get to enjoy a 1-minute ad while I do so. Wait, what the fuck am I talking about? We have a political marker. There are no ads today. You thought that was a weird ad. I don't know. I hear the new McDonald's menu is practically on fire. God, this fucking loop is just evergreen. All right, let's listen to the radio agent. Something fell on the ground. What is that? That's my headphone. Fuck. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Your argument about monarchy is simple and twofold. I don't know how to read that name. Aurelianus and Pocus. You can get legendary men who create amazing results and subhuman animals that make life hell on earth, and you might live through both if you're unlucky. Yes, the problem with monarchy is that it lacks any kind of levers of self-correction, and as we have proven, a constitutional republic actually has those mechanisms, and they work. That is why we get another term of T-money. And once we remove all of the fucking illegals from California and they lose congressional seats and electoral college votes as a result of being recounted in the significantly thinned out census, we are going to shore ourselves up from electoral abuse in the future. In the Roman Republic, during times of crisis, the Senate would appoint a tyrant to rule absolutely until the crisis is over. There was one who famously took on the role twice, with the Senate repeatedly begging to stay in the position. And him just going, bruh, I got a farm. Oh, basically, that's what Trump is. Yeah, thank you. I didn't think about Rome today. Well, see, the more time you spend here, the more you get to do that. But my somewhat facetious rebuttal to the argument of most monarchs is that why should I accept someone who has not bested me in personal combat as my better? He prefers his cabbages to power. Very based.
These LA rioters were having fun, running around looting, until Koreans started trending in California.
Okay, I know this is a funny meme, roof Koreans and whatnot. I'm sorry, any Koreans still left in LA are cucked to death. They can't even own their unmolested Daewoo K1s because those technically fall under the assault weapons ban. So, cope and seethe, the Koreans are not coming to save you. Every Roman Republic was insanely based. I don't know about the Constantinople one. That one was kind of iffy. It felt like very, very end times. Problem with modern democratic states is that they're susceptible to capture by groups like Globo Homo. See, that's if you have unitary democracies where you basically rule by plebiscite. The thing that works very well for the U.S. is our fractured federalized structure where you have different states that are basically separate nations that are semi-sovereign and constantly shit steer if they don't like something.
LAPD apparently deployed their own rooftop Korean detail to watch over the massive amounts of protesters taking over the streets that eventually spilled onto the 101 freeway, as it's basically LA tradition to block traffic whenever you're mad at something else. So now, the city deployed their armored cowboy cop cavalry to clash with the EV.
Can someone tell me why the fucking LAPD cavalry... Can someone tell me why the LAPD cavalry carries wooden katanas? Does anyone know that? I've seen more than one video, like, of multiple mounted officers specifically carrying bokken. Like, very cool, but why? Don't you, like, get issued stuff? Long still good for smack a okay, rule of cool, valid, just a smack, okay. Like, all valid answers, but I wouldn't... Like, is there a story to this that I'm missing? Does this have to be a fat electrician video? And yet the USA is the source and the strongest soldier of Globo Homo? I strictly disagree with that, Digby. Globo Homo very strictly lives in Europe and is propagated by Europeans. George Soros is, I believe, Czech originally. Maybe an equipment shortage? An LAPD? The best funded police department in the country? No, unlikely. Oh, Hungarian. No, he is Hungarian. I keep confusing the Balkans between themselves, which is why they hate him. To be fair, everyone hates Soros. But yeah, Soros, the World Economic Forum, the EU, the UN, like these are all very Euro-coded supranational entities that are very specifically the source of the Globo Homo. Granted, they've managed to capture enough American institutions to infect the federal state, and you had things like USAID who were attempting to either hide the Globo Homo in the soft power influence, or in the Globo Homo was seen as a tool of soft power influence. Either case, it fell flat on its ass, and fortunately we're not getting any more of that. Eastern Europe really hates Soros. Again, I think everyone hates Soros.
PT class. But sadly, their counterattacks scared the horses.
But here's the thing, Digby, also, if you have horses, there's no way you have an equipment shortage.
So these mounted police played polo on their faces. Then smashed out some windows for good measure.
Break our windshield as we were passing out water and snack to protesters. Well, then don't fucking enable rioters and you won't get your windows smashed out. Going back to horseback officers. See, he's holding a fucking boken. It's a curved stick. He's basically a nihilist from a left-wing direction. I think he should be tried for treason because he's definitely made moves that could be construed as funding prescribed terrorist groups, and I will stop talking right now before I go any further. Total War LA riots, I know, right? They specifically use those batons so they don't have to entirely dismount or risk falling off by bending over to move people away from the horse. So does the LAPD very specifically purchase wooden katanas as like an standard inventory item to use them on horseback? I hope that is a thing, because that would be very funny. If The Hague was to be taken seriously, he'd get a repeat of Nuremberg, including the interrogation. Yeah, Soros' early life, collaborating with Nazis proactively and famously. Has a very special hate boner for Russia, although I would argue justifiably so, because his mother suffered in the Red Terror that was inflicted by the Red Army as they progressed through Europe. Not really frequently spoken about, because, you know, you can't really cast shade on winners. Only the good guys ever win wars. They're designed after sheathed U.S. Army cavalry swords. I see. I don't like to think of the Red Terror. It's extremely depressing. Yeah, I mean, I had that conversation recently, like, oh, why didn't we prosecute the Japanese for comfort squads? Well, for one, there's not really a definitive way to find, you know, to exhaustively prove the guilt of anyone who would have been inculcated in that, because you basically can either prove none of it, or you would have needed to prosecute the entirety of the surviving, what was it? No, Kaigun is fucking Navy. They're basically Chinese occupying army. And also, you would have to continue that conversation into prosecuting the crimes and, you know, massive systematic rape of the Red Army that it inflicted upon Europe as it was progressing towards Germany.
Go from homemade recipe to...
Now, of course, this 6-second clip doesn't look good, but it's not like these cowboy cops just popped out of nowhere. Because if you drove to a riot to hand out snacks and drinks like a soccer mom for insurrection, then saw those same rioters setting off explosions at the horses that are slowly marching towards you saying, "Move your car," I don't really feel sorry for you. As a mob marched onto the freeway, waving all the flags of the countries they demand they not be sent to.
No American flags.
But when CHP responded, those...
Sometimes you wonder how the world would have looked if Patton didn't die before the war ended. That's an interesting
got
question.
Trapped under the bridge.
Likely not that differently, realistically, because the U.S. doctrine was pretty set out by by the advisors, and like they were pretty much shared between Patton and MacArthur.
or it looks like
A lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, concrete. You know, another scooter has now been thrown. You
there
saw
you go, throw.
CHP
There's
just
smoke.
throw. Yeah, smoke up there.
But the protesters were prepared for tear gas, deploying a leaf blower to send it right back, as their friends started destroying the streets to collect more rocks to throw at the cops. And they almost took one of them out. Get down! Get down! With the first
Just breaking mysterious pallets of crayons left on LA streets ahead of Marine deployment to the protest. Okay, that's good. Very nice. I think Patton's potential political aspirations are a more interesting question. If you moved to America, you would wave the American flag and blast Team America. I mean, yeah, like if you move to a country, it's reasonable to assume that you really like the country. Like, I have an American flag outside of my apartment because I think that's the correct thing to do. I had the choice to not live in America. I chose to live in America. I insist that America is a good place to live. The more time I spend here, it's grown on me more than a hypothetical move to Japan has.
rock knocking off his helmet, and the next one nearly taking off his head. One of these cosplay revolutionaries is really gonna hurt somebody and spend the rest of their life in federal prison, all because they didn't have anything better to do on a Monday afternoon. But before that, they're just causing hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Excuse me. Also, mind you, yeah, this is happening on a Monday. This is on a business day. So these fuckers are all unemployed or paid to be there.
Worth of damages that in theory, their own tax dollars will go to repairing. But nah, that's probably not happening, so they're trying to set fire to those vehicles. And even when they tried to put it out, the cops kept getting pelted by projectiles. But eventually, the LAPD began to take back the freeway, and even though they're deploying tear gas, why won't they ever employ blue dye so they can track these guys? So after
Japan sprays looters with blue dye.
why won't they ever employ blue dye?
With inedible blue dye so they can identify they can be arrested later. Nice. We definitely need that.
So they can track these guys. So after being commanded to disperse, if they show up to the next location looking like a smurf, they immediately know who the bad actors are. And there were bad actors smashing up those Waymo automated taxis. Also, they can do a photo shoot while waving a Mexican flag with a headband of not Spanish text, as they burned at least 4 brand new Waymos costing over $100,000 each, where now there's a massive migration of Waymo Jaguars fleeing the city of LA. Now this isn't the biggest issue,
Gee,
but
I
it's a
wonder
clear
why.
example of how cities that cater to crime clear out any potential for innovation, or at the very least, peaceful civilization, as it's impossible to invent the technology of the future when your city looks like the third world. As even outside City Hall, they had blue benches, essentially creating a no
Automated taxis strike you as a terrible idea. Why?
goes
Like in a controlled environment where they have dedicated lanes or, at least somewhat orderly driving conditions, that generally does work. There is the issue of how do they triage. There's a very niche issue of how automated systems would triage avoiding collision or running into a piece of concrete, potentially risking your passengers, but that's significantly niche. Throw them on public roads? No, thank you. I mean, we technically already have Teslas riding around, and they are mostly autonomous. They're not fully autonomous simply because of liability. These things have not passed the driving test. I don't know, because I don't live in LA and I don't give a fuck. If you keep them off the highways in general, it's a good idea for something like LA for easy mobility. Yeah.
zone around City Hall. Also, they can have a little mini motorcycle meet. And in other places, the protesters are dancing. This only looks stupid because it is stupid, but you only think that because you have a purpose. as this wasn't stopping anybody, with the riot police easily bursting through their siege.
Someone got clobbered with a rubber band. It's hard to believe California went from the birthplace of Hell's Angels to shit like this. Not only that, California went from being the the world's third largest economy to being deeply, deeply in debt, and you know, any business worth its salt just running from it like the plague. Such a missed opportunity to blast the Roman marching song.
And just inside, LA Mayor Bass makes a speech where you can actually hear the explosions outside.
We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos. That
You've organized for the fires and ended up not doing dick, and people are still waiting for their permits to rebuild the houses that burned because of you? Okay.
is provoked by the administration.
And she repeatedly blamed Trump.
And I don't want people to fall into the chaos that I believe is being created by the administration, completely unnecessarily.
California was a place you could go for true opportunity to escape old money in the East Coast. It was built by brave men in the 1800s and was being torn down by communists who hate those men. Yeah, essentially, that's a very good way to summarize that. It also happened very fast. I would say up to the 2010s, California was still a very good place to live, short of the horrendous taxes and the absolutely retarded gun laws. Everyone hates her because she was on vacation during those fires earlier this year. No, everyone hates her because she's an incompetent nincompoop. She does not belong in her seat. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Her hiring decisions are all universally bad. She's very likely profoundly corrupt. And at the same time, yes, she also went to a wedding in Ghana or some other nobody gives a fuckistan while the fires have already started. And she's also left the city resources in a state where they couldn't do anything about the fires that they knew could happen. Crazy how calling people racismus could get you. I don't know. It's not getting me. She's a literal communist militant endorsed by the Cuban communists. Oh, that is also true. Yeah, she was part of a communist youth group.
Even California Governor Gavin Newsom followed suit.
Fox News is calling it the LA riots. Is it a piece?
I legitimately think that racismus is no longer an effective spell. You cast racismus at someone and it just bounces off. People have just evolved a resistance to it.
Protest. What's happening? What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, look, Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit.
They call you a racist, but they never call you a liar. Exactly. Don't make me tap the sign.
Proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire.
How dare Donald Trump make your residents burn those robot taxis? And
it did have a chokehold on the West. I think it's still, no, I don't even know if it works anywhere at all these days.
Why would Donald Trump order your riot?
Like, if I get to choose between low taxes and low crime and being called a race and not being called a racist, sorry, I'm picking being called a racist, but having better living conditions. I'm generally okay with being a racist if that means that I can live in a high-trust society.
Rioters to beat up the other rioters. As Donald Trump's 4D move makes this militia shut down the streets in your city, to chant F Mayor Karen Bass and F Governor Gavin Newsom.
Remember, I want to live on a farm as a racist dog whistle.
Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom keep complaining about Trump when he's realistically the only thing keeping the mobs from getting them. But no, Newsom being stupid is his brand, as his priority today is suing President Donald Trump for manufacturing his California
which is funny because I now live on a farm as an early communist cliche.
Crisis, as Gavin wants to gaslight you.
We will only be free when the normie doesn't care. Well, I'd argue that the normie doesn't care because the normie doesn't know. That's the thing. Normies are largely irrelevant. They go where the winds blow, or when something is very obviously bad and fucked. Yeah, exactly. Normies are apathetic. Normies just want to grill. Normies do not have the attention span to track the news. They're not terminally online like present company. We're not, constantly keyed into what's happening. I bet you if I were to track down a normie in my immediate surroundings in Austin and ask him about anything that's happened today, like, said normie will not know.
Into thinking there were no riots until Trump deployed the National Guard. But as Anthony Cabasa clearly shows us, they were destroying the city well before Trump got involved. And in what's just a masterpiece...
It's not as bad as you think it is. No, I think it's not even about that. I think it's them just being genuinely unaware that it's happening.
Of idiocy. Actor James Woods shows us burning cop cars in LA, but Newscomb retweets it saying, "This video is from 2020. And Dalton points out, yes, this video isn't from 2025 when Newsom let LA burn. It's from 2020 when Newsom let LA burn. As plenty of other replies reminded him that his city is indeed currently burning. Gavin Newsom is like if gaslighting was a person, as they first tried to lie and say, these are peaceful people protesting peacefully. Nobody is burning any cars. Oh, okay. Maybe they are burning cars, but they're just having fun.
And turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation. And
I'm sorry, I still can't get over how wild this fucking statement is. Just some people having fun watching a car burn. Huh? What? What?
An altercation between officers.
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done.
A bunch of people.
Like, I'd fucking hope that if someone is burning cars, the cops are going to get involved. I wonder if he would say that if it was his car outside of his studio. Well, see, his car is in a protected garage. Or it's not even his car, it's the studio's car. I wonder if the journalists believe their own bullshit. That is a good question. I think some of them live in a very insulated bubble and they are fed a steady diet of information that would make them believe that. Like a lot of the things that they believe are what I term as luxury beliefs. Like, for example, thinking that gun ownership is excessive or lethal force in self-defense is excessive is a luxury belief. It means that you've lived a sheltered and protected lifestyle, a protected lifestyle where you were never in risk of encountering any realistic violence, or you are just retarded. That's also possible.
People having fun watching cars burn is the new fiery but mostly peaceful. And no matter how much you hate the mainstream media, you don't hate them enough. As they're now saying, this footage isn't even recent.
A lot of these algorithms are surfacing hours old or even days old content. So you might be looking at a video of something, wondering what's happening in LA. It's actually from 2 days ago.
Good to know it's not pertinent if my vehicle was burned a couple hours ago, or maybe even yesterday. CNN thinks you being able to remember things is the real problem. That is, when they're not having the mayor on to lie to you about other things.
I think that our law enforcement officers can handle this situation.
And a couple hours later,
okay, if they can, why aren't they handling it?
The LAPD chief said the exact opposite.
We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing.
But don't worry. Democrat congresswoman from some other state is saying LAPD is lying.
I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody.
Because nobody is out there smashing the window.
Love these mental gymnastics. You're glad that these people just streaming this shit so that people can see it happen live. Yeah, we are very fortunate that a lot of the people participating in this are dumb enough to telegraph it out to the world. And because it's not something gruesome like an actual terror attack with casualties, this gets circulated freely, and there's really no reason for it to be taken down per TOS violation. So they are manufacturing electoral ads they're manufacturing Republican ads for the coming midterms. That is all they are doing here. They're documenting themselves having fun, Like today, some guy started shooting at cops, pulled out a gun live on camera. I think I saw that. He was doing some ghetto SWAT tactics, sort of popping in and out from a corner in front of the famous donut sign. Is that the one you saw? Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that's fucking wild. Imagine recording yourself committing multiple felonies. Not only are you very likely a felon in possession of a firearm, but you're also shooting at the cops. Holy shit. It reminds me of that fucking trend that was happening last summer, I want to say, when a group of room temperature IQ individuals were using what they were referring to as the free money hack, where they were just writing bunk checks to themselves, then withdrawing the cash, and then they were surprised that they were hit with a negative balance for, the Chase Bank hack, when it was just, checking fraud. Guaranteed Dave's Donuts got a shitload of business from those morons because no one is communist enough to hate good donuts. I don't know. I've never tried Dave's Donuts. I don't have a strong opinion about those. I have a favorite brand of donuts, but first of all, I rarely get to eat them because they never fit my macros. And second of all, it's like a very local chain, and like I would pretty much be doxing myself if I say where they are. It's a staple here in LA. Ah, I see. My condolences for having to live in LA for decent donuts. Sadly, stuck in LA, so shit. Ooh, I am sorry to hear about this, man. Allow me to comfort you with a sound of a magazine with more than 10 rounds in it. How could you hate donuts? Well, I mean, physiologically, you should be incapable of hating donuts. If you like that, I have a 20-rounder on my desk over there. I'm sorry. Hey, listen, look on the bright side. At the very least, the Glock 43X that I'm using to produce that sound is on the allowed handguns list. But no, donuts are very specifically made to be hyper palatable. It's readily available carbohydrates and fats. Like our brain just sparks up to that shit like cocaine. And the particular brand of donuts that I have here, where they use a mix of cinnamon and brown sugar that's like lightly melted as a frosting. Ooh boy, I would drown a hobo for a box of those. Unfortunately, I am still cutting weight. I think I'm down, what was I at today? I was at 63 kilos and I started at 68. So I think I'm, fucking 10 pounds down over the course of 4 weeks? Caramelized glaze, yeah. Not like the shitty fucking margarine-based, like, sticky glazes. I love that brown sugar dusted glaze. Hot chocolate on the menu. Yeah, hot chocolate is a must. Our place also makes a giant donut if you want to. Like it's like a pizza-sized donut. You could basically use it instead of a cake if you felt so predisposed. Because the dough is also very nice.
Windshields of squad cars, bashing out the back windows of their undercover SUVs, threatening to tamper with their food.
You gonna cover, Nick? I'm fake. I know you do, dog. I'll spit in your plate. I'll put my on your plate. Your family, your kids. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
And that restaurant
comfortably,
Kava is
motherfucker.
screwed. As either they ignore this, making every conservative in America concerned that their restaurant will do disgusting things to their dishes, or they immediately and publicly fire him and everybody else participating in these protests, and then they likely lose the angry mobs on the left. Either way they lose, just because one idiot decided to say he recognized one cop from work, in a speech saying he's so tough, but then also admitting he can't sleep at night because he's scared, as the mobs try to use identifying them as a threat.
Y'all better watch your families too. Trailer! Y'all ain't safe at all. We're gonna dox you! We're gonna dox you!
And these aren't idle threats, as that scanner account originally dropped addresses of federal buildings, but then released hotel information on where ICE agents were allegedly staying, until somebody turned around and shared his address.
Here's the funny thing. I am legally entitled to use deadly force in accordance with my state's law because the guy does all of that shit while living in Houston. But here's the kicker. No, he can't use lethal force because he doesn't have access to lethal force. Because, drumroll please. Let me get to it. Scrolling. I was having a banger of a day on Twitter. He's a convicted felon. Was just gonna mention this guy, Les Kenner, is a fucking prick. Yeah, he's a fucking prick. He's instigating violence to proliferate in LA while sitting in Texas with a felony charge. So he is a convicted felon. So either he is talking out of his ass. Sure, glad I didn't see that one response to me. So he's sitting in Texas, instigating for shit to go down in LA. And I guess he's admitting to being a felon in possession of a firearm. How very odd. A felon would threaten physical force. How strange that a stalker would be the type to dox people. It is also tiresome. I'm not going to look up the photos of the guy, but trust me, he does not pass the physiognomy check.
Where he thought that was unacceptable. And then Insider Wire found his real name, showing paperwork that suggests
Not the first time he's done that, too. That seems to be his standard MO.
he's had a felony stalking conviction, that he apparently wanted that post immediately removed.
The best time to start your voice acting career is right now, and all you need to do is sign up for my totally free 1-hour class on voice acting.
Then posting a formal apology, stating he should not have posted those addresses, and if he has broken the law, he'll turn himself in, then completely deleting his account. Now, I don't like the idea of people doxing each other back and forth.
No, I'm actually pretty okay with that. I'm pretty fine with using whatever tactics the left is going to use against us. I'm kind of past civility. I think that until such time that I see proof that someone is not a valid target and deserves everything that's coming their way, I think that all tactics are now appropriate.
It's just sad that he thought he could get away with any of this, when he was openly posting his real name and actually putting federal agents in harm's way, completely oblivious that the feds aren't playing games, as the LAPD is more than over
Wasn't that fucktard arrested recently as well?
their head. And with the National Guard already supplementing local law enforcement, it's an entirely different story when the 700 US Marines are deployed in the streets, where we already see military helicopters patrolling the city. And it's not just the rioters and their supporters, but the director of ICE, Tom Homan, suggests he may go after Mayor Bass.
You cross that line.
God, I
It's
wish.
a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien. It's a felony to impede law enforcement from doing their job.
You heard that the scanner guy now has a warrant for his
Do you
arrest?
think that the mayor of LA is doing that?
If she crossed that line, we'll ask DOJ to prosecute. Do I think she's crossed the line? I don't think she's crossed the line yet.
With Trump stating he should go after Gavin Newsom.
What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
The crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
Okay, that and sedition. Because he's legitimately turned just a jewel of the West Coast into a complete burning shithole. Crespian, thank you for reminding that. I need to fix the nut redeem. I'm sorry about that. Let me, here, have a conciliatory patch gotcha. There you go. And the hydrate. Do I have hydrate? I do have hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate.
Which Newsom pretends he isn't scared.
Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy.
But is clearly very scared.
Can I just add, and this is why I told the president, just get it over with. Arrest me. Move on.
Now, I know Newsom thinks he's running for president, so he wants to pull a Trump and get arrested defending some liberal talking point. But that only works if...
You know what Newsom is like? An African election winner. Not a warlord, just a bureaucrat. You know the kind? No, I can't say I do, but I get the... See, the thing about Newsom is that he thinks that he's being very sly. He is of the types who think that they are smarter than everyone just because they have, like, a barely 100 IQ. and he thinks that he's constructed some kind of 5-layer keikaku by bloating his congressional seats and, you know, allowing illegals to vote in his state. Poor rural Cali. Well, to be fair, in this past election, most of California voted red, except for San Francisco and LA.
If the arrest is unjust, not over crimes we clearly see with our own eyes, as I think Trump should straight send Gavin to Guantanamo, because either way they're gonna call Trump a dictator, so might as well earn that title. And as all these people are desperate to not suffer Gavin's same fate, being detained and shipped far away, they should just become American citizens the right way and just go on 90 Day Fiancé. And again, as I record this video...
Okay. Was there anything I wanted to look at? Did we have anything else? Probably not. I think this is exhaustive at this point. Quickly. Checking. Yeah, that's probably going to be it. Okay, let's quickly look at this. This is posted by... You know what? Trash Gamer is not here. I'm going to... Do we want to look at this, or do we not want to look at this? Let's quickly look at this judo video. Yusuma's like bad head, teeth and all. Alright, let's see.
引き手はできるだけ深く持った方が投げやすいかなと思います。引き手は少し深めに持つ。はい。ここを持つ、引き手この辺袖口を持つことが多いんですけど、結構深めに持つ。As
cute girls doing judo. See, I'm actually so she's explaining that she prefers grips, sleeve grips further down on elbows as opposed to like edged sleeve grips, and I completely agree with that. My consistent grip is behind the elbow, despite me being constantly pestered with the commentary of, oh, such and such throw is done with a sleeve throw on the tip. I fucking hate that. I am sorry. You are creating inconsistencies in my gripping. I don't want to needlessly increase the number of variables I'm working with. I want a positive grip above the elbow, and I want to know that I can do my standard cavalcade of throws that I then get to choose based off not the grips that I got, but off of the positioning and off the leg movement that I see. She is also pulling all of the slack out of that sleeve as well. I like that by twisting her hand outward. So he's asking for a slow demonstration. Tomoe nage, nice. Very nice arch. I personally prefer to throw Tomoe off of a double lapel grip, but that also works. Her hair reminds me of Asuka. This isn't fair. Wouldn't it be so much cooler if Asuka did more like core traditional judo stuff as opposed to the Daitoryu shit that she's built around? I know that Noteri is just he has to hold on for his dear life not to type God. Not to type God. I wish that was me in chat. As much as we all love the Mishima variants, she needs her own flavor. I don't think Asuka has any Mishima flavor to her. It should have been me, not him. Listen, y'all are. Oh, she even does the correct reverse roll. Jujigatame, nice. Y'all are fucking sleeping on judo gyms. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Why couldn't I be in this position? Sword of a Demon, sign up to a fucking local judo gym, and this might be you.
ちょっと今村さん、今教えてもらった感じで一回チャレンジしてみてもらっていいですか。はい。はい。角持って。
I will renovate the entire house into a gym that can throw you around there. There's a Sambo gym you'd rather not grapple with very large Eastern European men. Sambo is kind of fucking great, though. Sambo is great when you're well trained already. Like if you're coming with a solid base, Sambo is a very good testing ground and maintaining ground. You're going to have to grapple with large men to learn good stuff eventually. Generally, if you're in LA, oh damn, you are spoiled for choice. You have like 4 different Kyokushin gyms. You have a lot of Japanese people teaching judo in LA. I am legitimately, like, the only thing that I am envious of with California and LA in particular is that y'all have a very good ecosystem of people teaching martial arts. Like anything you want to find, be it full contact knockdown karate, or good Japanese-led judo, like you have all of that shit there.
でもしっかり相手引き出せてたので、ちゃんと乗れてた。私が上にしっかり乗ってたんで、あの流れでいくと投げやすいのかな。あんま力いらないよね。足に乗ってるっていう感じより。
He's explaining that basically when that is executed well, you don't need to use a lot of force. To be fair, he's also like double her body weight.
流れで投げていくので、足で最後蹴るっていうよりは、もう最初の時点で相手が重心が崩れてる状態を作りたくて、それが今しっかりできてたかな。なるほど。
その中でこう注意しなきゃならない点というのは、こうあまり体が離れたところに、まあいわゆるお尻だったり腰がつかないように、他に何かありますか？
そうですね。あんまりこう手を引きすぎると。
Would she win against an untrained guy? I can't really tell what her height and weight is. Win in what exchange? Like if striking is present, it's a toss-up because, you know, men are just organically stronger, usually have a striker's chance. Around the same size, absolutely no shot. She would ragdoll because I believe she's like a medaled judoka. Judo people get scary after a certain point. Like after they black belt, and if they're competitors, which means they sink in like their go-to techniques very quickly, and if you're not trained to guard against those entries, you are getting rotated, and very likely you are getting punched with the earth.
円を作りたいので、私たちは針って言うんですけど、それに体重かけて、ここに円を作りたくて、これを腕で引いちゃうと、円がこう潰れちゃうんですよね。
Yeah, basically anime style.
なっちゃうので、できればこう丸のまんま入ってあげると、この真下に入りやすくなります。
A lot of people sleep on getting spiked into the pavement. That's not just how you get slept. That's how you possibly leak the contents of your skull onto the ground. So she's explaining that when you're sinking into Moenagi, you need to maintain that space between you and the opponent by framing up correctly.
ここには楕円じゃなくて、もう本当の球体のようなものが、ね、もうバランスボールみたいなものが中にあるイメージの距離感は持ってたわけ。
そうですね。もう2人で大車輪組んでるような感じでやってあげるといいかなって。
なるほど。じゃあそこも踏まえてもう一度お願いします。
That's a very cool transition. That's very nice. I usually go into a mount. I need to drill this.
これ一連の流れでいくと、巴投げからその寝技関節技に向かっていくにはおすすめでは今のですか？今のなんていう 寝技関節技ですか？
十字固め。
腕ひしぎ十字固めになるんですけど、大体こう投げた時に、まあ、1本取れなくて技ありだった時にも上に一緒についてってあげるとそのまま腕を持ててるので。
Since we had striking in our training, I specifically practiced to do tomoe into full mount into striking to make them give up an arm so that I can then go for the arm bar.
寝技を取りやすくなったりとか。あとはまあ本当に防がれちゃって潰れられた時に下から十字固め。
Which is also to the point of having consistent grips in the same places. Like, because she knows there's this consistent grip in a throw, she can then transition into newaza follow-ups because her points of attachment are always the same.
取ったりもします。
ちょっとそのシチュエーションも一度見せてもらってもいいですか？
入るんですけど防がれてちょっと潰れられた時に。
Ah, love it. That's, you can technically do that in a guard pull as well, or when you start in half guard, for example. That's also a very good escape. Let's break this down. Actually, this is a good technique. We used to teach that as Tengu Gaeshi. Brain cannot proceed. So this is very, if you're in a guard pull situation, this also works. It's obscured by the camera here, but she's pushing out his thigh, basically preventing him from standing up comfortably. Here she could also either push off of this thigh to break his stance even more, but he's already splayed out, so there's not a lot of breaking down that you still need to do. So she goes straight for throwing the leg over the head, and you could go for the hold a little bit earlier. She does a full turn. It makes more sense with her body size. I can get away with doing a half turn and doing the technique off of my side because I am 200 pounds and she's probably just over 100.
今村さんどうですかこの動きの速さ。めちゃめちゃ怖かったです。
Man says, "Damn, she's scary."
そういう想定っていろいろあるんですか？その巴投げがうまくいかなかった時の流れ、ちょっとそのかわし方も合わせて教えてください。
かわし方。
Okay, so she's going to demonstrate escapes from tomoe nage. Oh, not escapes. Okay, bails.
逆側に。
その相手が潰れてきて腹ばいで逃げようとするんで、はい。その時に大体手つくんでみんな逃げる時に。はい。この手を救いにしてやって。
So she's preventing him from trying to bail out of it and going into a hard judo guard where they just basically they tense up, they grab both sides of their lapel, preventing you from doing any kind of chokes. Not a great thing to train for. Wouldn't it hurt to land like that? Not on the mats, no. Like, you need to understand that there's a lot of peculiarity that's generated in judo from the fact that it is a competitive sport, and these are just things that you need to be aware of, and you need to know how to train around them and how to train for them. There are safe ways of bailing out of a tomoe nage even on hard floors where you would hypothetically be hurt, because you would be hurt less than letting the other person complete the throw, because in this situation you're falling basically from what looks like 20 inches of heights as opposed to being launched into the fucking air. One of the first things you learn is to roll and avoid injury, yes. Either roll or break fall, which are different skill sets.
倒れる時って手をつくので、人間。その手をついた手をしっかり拾ってあげたりとかすると寝技に。
He's explaining that people reflexively will try to land on their hands when they're trying to stabilize themselves on the floor. So she's making use of that and scooping it up into a hold.
逆に巴投げを持ち上げて投げる時も。持ち上げて投げて相手が逃げる時も手つくんで、はい、持ち上げて手疲れるんで、はい、手をもう一回引っ張ってあげると。
Oh, that is nasty. Another thing that we're not really addressing here, she's a little bit small to pull that off. I have done that to people because I am a very nasty person to spar with. But basically, as you are passing them through above your center of gravity, so he needs to be a little further up, you can apply more lift with your hand, with your leg. Basically, you're not throwing them directly backwards. You launch their center of gravity up and away. And it feels bad when someone does that to you on mats, because you basically fall a good 7 feet while not being entirely sure how to brace for that. On concrete, you're not getting up.
手疲れるんで、手をもう一回引っ張ってあげると最後までポイントにつなげられる。
はあ。なるほど。
ポイント取れなかった時も寝技にしっかり行ってそこで勝ち切るっていうところは。
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, let's cut the React content here. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep the model up. We're going to ascertain that momentarily. Let me quickly reshape the screen. I'm going to switch over to play some Gray Zone, because I am itching and I have run out of things to react to, or rather, I've run out of things that I want to react to be more transparent here. That lighting is fucking odd. What the fuck is happening? Second. Load. Okay. I was just in an odd place, I guess. We can close this. Close this. Boom. We are mostly back. Okay, let's see if we can run Gray Zone Warfare. One of the things I'm going to try to do is kill any visual effects I have on. Oh god, I don't remember where those are. Anti-aliasing, limit frame rates, UI scale. Where's that bloom effect that I had set? That's probably an effect, so I'm stupid. Okay, we're unfortunately going to have to kill the bloom, because I think it may be bloating the GPU use. I'm not entirely sure. All right, let's try to run it. Supermarket together. By the way, for those of you new to the channel, and I know we have some new people here, there is a patch gacha redeem. There's, I believe, 10 different patches that we have currently equipped, so feel free to roll through them, see what kind of patches you roll today. I actually try to re-roll mine for now. Nope, I got the same one. Okay. Gray Zone Warfare. I have been playing this game for unreasonable amounts. Like, I bought it last week. I'm already past 24 hours of play. I should have other patches. Come on, man. Oh, okay, it's on cooldown now. Well, I guess when we get the chance, we could reroll. See if it launches at all. Let's gonna set my shit into overdrive right away so that it doesn't fight for resources. Okay, we're already in overdrive. That's good. Be nice if the game started eventually. Gonna close Discord since we don't need that anymore. I want to make it work because I've seen Razer stream with his 3D model, so I assume. Ah, there you go. Not everything can be solved with magic. I should design a patch one of these days. Like, I have Photoshop. I should have the capability of designing something. What do you say, guys? You don't hate journalists enough? How does that look for a patch? Okay, we're not shitting the bed just yet. Oh my god, did we just fucking load into the game and not overload our encoders? Let me change the category. Gray zone warfare. PVC patches are a pretty good way to test the water for designs in the market. I really like PVC patches. Like, I know Aho Works holds on to his olden ways of having woven patches, and woven patches have certain benefits. I like my PVC shit. I like my stuff to be weather resistant. I want it to not get muddied up and mucked up in the elements. Only patch is deliberately low key and inadmissible as evidence. I have a number of those. Oh, okay. We're starting to compete for GPU resources. Let's give it a moment. It's still rendering shaders. It's gonna take a minute. I was about to say, where the fuck am I? Oh. Okay, it's claiming that we're getting some encoding issues. How's it coming through on stream? Boy, is it rainy. Testing, 111. How are we doing? I really don't like the noise, the sound of the rain. Alright. Chat, I am at your mercy. Please let me know if something breaks. Because as of right now, I'm gonna continue as we are, because we seem to be doing pretty good. Alright, let's check our tasks. I think I was a bit choppy when loading. Seems to be good now. Okay, we are officially back. We no longer have to stream with a PNG. Fantastic. But yeah, the patch I was coming up with was the smear merchants get the rope. The tears of Gray Zone Warfare taunt you. Thinks your best bet is to get base mode and just earn your shit. I got the base game. So I spoke to Ricky about this today. For those of you not aware, Ricky Soros is a dev on the game, so she has good first-party knowledge about this. Basically, the big benefit of buying a supporter edition is having access to a lot of your repeatable loot on wipes. So right now we're in version 3.0. When 4.0 drops, I'm going to lose all of this, but if I buy the supporter edition, I'm at least going to have access to my supporter loot, which I am strongly leaning towards because I play this game a lot. Like, it's completely replaced Tekken for me because, unlike Tekken, it's at least fun. So I'm kind of doubling down. Alright, let's see. Quick. Yeah, I know you get a lot of stuff. I didn't want to go off and just buy the whale pack before I got a feel for the game. But after racking up 25 hours of game time in less than a week, I figured that, nah, I guess I'm gonna have to spend a little bit more money on the game because I kind of fucking like it. Like, at this point, it's justified. It was $40 for the base one. Is there server selection on this or what? How does that work? Yes, there is server selection. I always play on US Central, and then you get to pick whether or not you are a masochist and want to play PvP PvE, or if you just want to play PvE and, hunt Thai people in the woods. I strongly adhere to hunting Thai people in the woods. Alright, speaking of which, we are going into a sketchier area. First of all, let's switch out all of the ammo because I do have expensive ammo now. So let's, okay, that's point, these are hollow points. Let's remove all of the soft point ammo. Soft point is not entirely optimal here. It like Ghost Recon back in the day. I would say that this is a superior version of Ghost Recon. I was also a very big fan of Ghost Recon. A lot of my purchasing behavior was informed by Ghost Recon. Like, I have a unhealthy attachment to 5.11 because of that game. But this is legitimately just a better game, just hands down. I'm loading up all of my stuff. Is that really all of the hollow points I have? Jungles? I don't have a special affinity for jungles, but I can understand that. Alright. I would prefer to not hard wipe. And in order to do that, I'm going to take some excess ammo. So we have our Type 51 suppressed Tokarev. And we have our suppressed M4. We should have enough ammo for most threats. I kind of want to... Let me see if I have some hand grenades. Fair warning, I play a very boring playstyle, just because I kind of don't like losing my nice merch. Neither did I, but teaching yourself how to clear a room with a Garand was an experience. A Garand is definitely a choice for room clearing. Also, these are in the wrong order again, because, yes, this one is for stopping bleeds. This one actually goes way in the back. Sorry, I have my MFAQs organized in a very specific autistic way. Do I not? Oh, I have more boat-tail hollow points. I'm just being stupid. Okay, then I don't need to bring these as reloads. I have enough hollow points for everyone. 30-06 across a 10-foot room, that'll hurt. See, like, at this point, you may as well just be shifting over to shotguns. I'm still on the fence as to what to do with the shockwave that I won. Like, on the one hand, it's a chunk of change if I sell it, because I can easily sell it to guys here in Texas for like $500. But at the same time, like, it's a nice shotgun. Why would I just let go of a shotgun as nice as that? You know, gaming training is silly was doing transition drills in-game range, and then it happened in-game. I wouldn't say that it's entirely silly, as long as games are designed a certain way by people who actually know what they're doing. This game is obviously done with the participation of some very good consultants that know their shit. Like, you see, I am C-clamping my M4. Can try and sell it and pick up something like a Remington Police Magnum for 300, pocket extra cash. I have a couple of builds that I want to make. First of all, I have an AR lower that still lacks an upper, which I kind of envision to build into something like this. So this is a 16-inch upper. I want to find a 20-inch 223 wild upper. That way I make it agnostic in terms of eating 223 and 5.56. 20 inches is the intended, the optimal dwell time for a 5.56 round to reach nice and far. I'm going to put a nice piece of glass on it, definitely suppress it, and I'm going to have that be my DMR. Because right now my primary is a SIG MCX Canebrake, which is a great rifle. It's just, you just need to understand the limitations of 300 blackout barely existing past 200 yards. Alright. Double check my gear once again, and we are good to go. We need to locate a checkpoint somewhere near here. This is a bit of a sketchy landing zone to go to. 20-inch 5.56 all ammo is duty ammo? What do you mean by that?
Raven dispatched. Moving to base camp.
Listen, I just want to maximize dwell time. I want to make use of all of the powder in the case. And, what else? I want to make use of a full-length gas system. I'm gonna have to crank the volume up slightly. Oh, okay, I see where the bottlenecks are. So the bottlenecks are when shaders are compiling whenever I go into a new area. What you've learned with many years of experimentation is that 20 inches of muzzle velocity makes that bullet's terminal ballistics shine like the fucking sun. Well, yes, I mean, Eugene Stoner very specifically designed the AR and the 5.56 around it working out of a 20-inch barrel. It is a very light but very fast round, and in order for it to actually have some kind of, you know, measurable ballistic performance, it needs to make use of all of that ass that is being placed behind it inside of the casing. Again, I have nothing against, you know, 30-06 or other, like, dedicated sniper calibers, but the DMR is being built out specifically to be able to function on readily available parts, readily available calibers, and also, I really don't need to shoot any farther than 500 yards. So I would prioritize follow-up shots and, you know, the ease of operation of not having to deal with, for example, a bolt action mechanism. Alright, we're going to take a right on the highway. We need to pay very special attention to not lose our night vision compatible EOTech, because it's the only one I have, because Tifrit gave it to me, and I don't have Gunny leveled up all the way to buy a new one if I lose it. So we're going to prioritize survival. That means lots of stealth, lots of crawling around in the bushes. So I'm going to be a little bit slower on reading chat than I usually am. Okay, this road is usually slow as smooth, smooth as fast, exactly. So interestingly enough, I learned movement acquisition through a slightly different mantra. For us, slow is strong. What was it? Strong is fast and fast is light. But it's interesting how, like, certain training modalities overlap and happen upon very similar ideas as they develop. This game only requires 25 gig? I don't know, there's nothing only about this game in my experience. It's been very harsh on my hardware, but that also has to do with the fact that I'm running an extra Unity instance on top of it. Let me crank that volume up slightly. Oh, install space? Yeah. Listen, it's being made by good developers who know how to optimize. This is an early build, and they're already been optimizing very well. This is an Unreal 5 game with very good damage simulation. You know what? I think I am supposed to be going somewhere else. I think I'm supposed to be going here. Just something tells me that I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for down this road. Gray zone sweats have seemed to memorized Yeah, it's UE5. You respect the shit out of good coders since you learned more about it and how Carmack is a god no one worships anymore? I'm not sure if nobody worships him anymore. It's just that, you know, uneducated people just don't know of him. I'm pretty sure that everyone who knows of Carmack or has had any exposure to him respect him as an immensely intelligent individual. Him coming on to Joe Rogan is probably one of my favorite episodes. Because, realistically, Joe Rogan is only as good as the guest that he has on. It doesn't help that he's shifted towards VR and AI stuff. Well, he's shifted towards it because it was interesting. It's a shame that Facebook bought him out of Oculus. I think this is the checkpoint that we need. And where there are checkpoints, there are people with guns. And those are going to be my fucking guns. Check our lighting conditions real quick. Alright, I need to pay attention so that I don't get whacked by a patrol. I can see a patrol. I am going to catch up with chat shortly. I need to hunt this guy real quick. I want him to leave the spotlight so that I can then loot him in peace. One down. Definitely heard more of them, so we're going to shift away and let them come to us. Gonna give that checkpoint a wide berth in case any NPCs materialize.
We've established control over Bravo.
That's very nice. The man is the ultimate autist. What do I want to do today? AR, VR, coding, implementation, rocket science? Because he's into all of that shit. But he either worked for or owned a spacecraft agency. I was not aware of that, but that's very interesting to learn. I know that Palmer Luckey pivoted out of his work with Oculus into creating military drones. Basically creating self-driving ATVs and drones. Yes. Just in case I'm going to have to hip fire. What's wrong with the nod glare? This is still very minor. These are the night vision compatible nods, or rather the night vision compatible EOTech. You move. Oh, you mean like that? The fact that it covered the entire target? Well, that's a combination of the fact that there being rain and, well, yes. You know what? Just a second. It probably. No, it doesn't have a brightness setting. No, I'm using the wrong one. It has a brightness setting. I am so dumb. Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Can someone please re-roll the gacha so that I don't just have that patch awkwardly placed on my chest? I think I see a patrol in front of me. Thank you. That is a functioning light. We don't like functioning lights. The shooting out lights cause problems in this game. You can't shoot them out yet. They're not interactable. They're not destructible yet. They are trying to balance out the sandbox between it being fun and realistic and very abusable by the player. It's probably on the list. Kind of odd that there's only been one patrol so far. My other, however, minute gripe with the game right now is that there is no option for nighttime sniping. Nods are absolutely not compatible with any of the long-range scopes. Yes, no thermal and no thermal capable optics. At least as of right now. Again, it's seen as potentially being very powerful, but we're also legally distinct Blackwater, so technological superiority is kind of the point of the game. Like, yes, being unfair to the AK-toting third worlders is sort of why the game exists. Feel like you're going to be limited to day ops at the start? No, you get nods very early. And I insist on running an EOTech. You can get an aim point, T1, and that works with nods just fine. I'm just very particular about running EOTechs. And if you watch Gray Zone Warfare Twitch streams, including mine, I'm not sure you can still get the MP5, but occasionally there's a suppressed MP5 with a night vision compatible red dot in the drop rotation. Someone's shooting at me? I heard a bullet crack, and I didn't like that. I'm gonna retreat deeper into the woods. And get a better angle on them. One of those things where you should abuse the advantage because there's a lot of them and they're going to shoot you. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, he's running in with something. Let me check my ammo. 30 rounds. But yeah, we've discussed the video of some dude pulling a firearm, waving it at the cops. Under normal circumstances, that should get you shot. We're definitely not under normal circumstances. Let me scoot over to my screen just so that I can see a bit better. I don't see them. Whoa, that landed very close, and I hear a shotgun. Okay, before I get shot, bob and weave into the trees. Reduce signature. Surely they're not chasing me through the woods, are they? Well, see, right now I'm less concerned about it being murder on posture and more concerned about, you know, actually catching around with my face, which has happened a number of times. I may want to revisit taking this particular POI in the daytime because, ironically, I would have a better advantage against them. Okay, our guy seems to be in there. Got him. Smart people don't chase gunmen into dark woods. Fair enough. There are also degrees to the competence of the AI. Because some of these guys are supposed to be, you know, just barefoot militants with AKs. Others are supposed to be a trained military. Any loot I can take advantage of? Nope. Let's veer off the road. Nighttime is the right time. Lads, when they have first-gen analog night vision. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hey there. Well, we got some help. Let's make sure to not... Oh, we're still catching strays. Never mind. I got complacent a little too fast. Let's go help out our little buddy there. Although he looks like he's doing just fine. Alright, let's go back to looting. Mosin, I don't want any of this. I'll just take your money. People have been gaslighting me into thinking that the Mosin is a good gun here, which it is not. A dead body. Whoa, okay. I love the distinct crack of the rounds. Dead guy had a nice hat. Unfortunately, the hat doesn't fit on top of the, of my nods. Quickly pull back to see what we have for tasks. And if Handshake wants us to push in a little bit further. Mosin in 2025 is not a practical firearm for modern combat. I agree with that entirely. I am a very consistent Soviet surplus denier. Our guy working there. Where's the fucking task? Come on. Investigate the checkpoint northwest. Okay. Barely practical in World War I. K95 Springfield. Weren't a lot of moist nuggets made by Winchester? We need to take a quick sippy break. You'll take a Carcano first. Well, listen, it's hey, let's just stay off the road and not get ourselves into trouble. Northwest. Trying to remember that American-made lever actions we gave to Russians chambered in 7.62 by 54. I don't remember. Admittedly, we gave a lot of shit to the Russians as part of the Lend-Lease. We're gonna cut through the woods and we're gonna go back to a friendly base. Let's see. There is a... Whoa. There's a combat outpost not too far, so we don't need to go all the way back to the LZ. So that... Okay, we are back at camp. We are going to sit down. I am going to pull up the PNG. Boop. Kill the model. Probably best 54-hour rifle. It's not the PKM. This kind of thing makes you personally inclined to monocular night vision if thermals isn't an option. When I get superpower, the other is what your brain is used to. I am not aware of the, the details of navigating that. Okay. Vendors. What? Sorry, I'm brain farting. Give me a moment. Do this and sell this as well. Vendors, artisan. She's the bitch that buys all the Soviet surplus shit. Okay. Now, do I need anything else? Does Gunny have any more of these? No, he does not. Alright. We're going to leave this here. We're going to switch over to this. And we're going to get our shotgun loadout. Leave this here. So I fully accept that this is probably not an optimal loadout, but it's optimal for the way I play, so that's fine. Which is shotgun for up close, and the DMR for everything that can't see me yet. So hopefully I will manage to not eat shit in the process. Anything else I need? Quickly eat something out of the stockpile. Take our full bottle of water there. Alright. See, like, it's still not exactly light, but it's also not really night vision territory anymore, so that sort of puts us into a very unfortunate in-between state. Actually, I'm going to leave the shotgun up. Double check that we're loaded. Okay. I'll quickly check that my PC is not shitting the bed. Okay, we are at overdrive, that's good. Memory performance, GPU, that's fine. Okay. The shotgun limits us in how much loot we can carry out, but I prioritize survival over being a loot goblin. Is it just me or is someone skulking around here? Hello there, friend. He's probably from a different faction. Skiffy, examine. Yeah, he's a different faction player, but fortunately, because this is not PvE, rather, this is not PvP, we don't have to bother about that. He's deep. He's pretty far in from his own starting town. Yeah, it is nice that you can just do PvE. If you did not have the capability of turning off PvP, I would probably not play the game. I experience enough things I don't like, and that derive the fun of what I'm playing day to day, that I want to have at least, you know, my LARPerator Power Fantasy to be consistently fun, without giving other people ability to make it less fun for me. Trying to decide which way I see better. Alright, most of the bunker is probably cleared out, but I am primarily here to get my tasks closed, so I don't really care about that. Probably want to move off the road, though. NPCs have a bad propensity to spontaneously respawn. And I would rather get the drop on them out of the woods than the other way around. Apparently they're adding skinwalkers in the next patch. I can't wait. Let's slow down a little bit. I would still like to have visibility on what's going on the road. Another thing I would really like is semi-auto shotguns. Oh, that's behind me, never mind. Being a Benelli enjoyer myself, I'm a big fan of not having to cycle my shotgun. What do you have? You have an AKM. He's definitely having fun there. Monkey Spock hurls, you only get Turkish semi-auto shotguns. Well, you see, for the purposes of this game, it doesn't really matter because Turkish semi-auto shotguns are copies of good semi-auto shotguns. And in-game... I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run. There are still NPCs there. Very unfortunate placement. Okay, this is probably still night raid territory because I do not have a good line of sight to get the drop on them. Isn't someone, like, physically in the bunker right now? How are there NPCs? Trying to stick to whatever solid cover I can get. Also, given this game's MO, I find it highly unlikely that they would include Turkish shotguns before real shotguns. Or if Turkish shotguns would ever make the cut. Who the fuck did I hear? They already have Norinco AR-15s. Sometimes like a higher class NPC is going to spawn with a Norinco AR. I don't fucking see anyone. Can you rebind the check ammo to R and hold R without issue? I am not sure. It's not that difficult because check ammo is V, which is, you know, easily reachable. Just get good. Who the fuck is shooting? Every other game's ammo, check ammo you play is hold R, so it's, I'm pretty sure that Ready or Not doesn't do it like that, so you'll be fine. I said I don't need anything here. I don't know what an RK4 is, but I'm taking it. Our guy is still inside. I guess it's safe to proceed. Reasonably safe. Let me pay attention for a moment. Is that coming from the inside? Oh. Alright, let's do the following. Just a second. Do not like open doors. Do not like open doors and big T corridors. I don't think there's anything to do here, and it's definitely not in my job description to keep looking. Ah, okay, so we would need to find a keypad to open this room. I guess we have to go in. Not sure if nods make it significantly better. Feels like a flashlight first environment. Alright, let's just be methodical. It's probably a note or a PC we need to find. Oh, we're rubber banding? That's lovely. Grab some haterade. I am already lost. Close door. Stairs that lead to places. What a cozy bunker complex. I know. Lots of nice, useful real estate. Friendly neighbors. This over here. See a folder that I can potentially touch. Can I touch the folder? I cannot. Door closed. Bodies. Open door? No. Is our guy still here? He's somewhere outside. Okay, this probably requires a key. Prison cells. Oh, I definitely heard someone. I'm gonna let them sort this out, like... Is he alive? Oh. Oh yeah, he's alive, never mind. You will never leave this place. Nice. Can I make this jump? Surely I can clamber up. Let's restore some stamina. There's probably something interesting over there. Anytime something is a difficult platforming gig, there's usually something good there. Take a knee. Restore our stamina. Motherfucker can clamber onto it. Jumping costs a lot of stamina. I don't entirely like this. Probably done to prevent people from bunny hopping. I kinda get it. Oh, come the fuck on. Come on, it's a simple pull-up. I'm gonna try one more time, then I'm leaving. Nope, fuck it. There was something interesting there. I don't want it. This looks like a more valuable drop, you know what? Oh, it has an AK suppressor on it as well. Wait, is that a foregrip? I'm gonna put this here. Why doesn't this fit? I'm not leaving my my DMR. Fuck it, I'm just taking the suppressor then. Wait, if I let me try to play some high-speed Tetris here. Hell yeah. No, the weapon volumes do work like that, and I am operating at very small available space because I have a second gun on my back. You're technically not supposed to do that. Someone took his gun. Okay, this looks like a place that would tell me a code. Really? Nothing here tells me a code? That's upsetting. Really, nothing. FMJ 300 blackout, sure. Hollow point 9mm. I have a full container of that shit, but sure, free is free. Lamp. Is the code really not here? No, seems to not be. So obnoxious to deal with. Hey, that's our guy. He did. I guess he ran in and got his own body out. Oh, hey there. You're not looking good. Ah? Crime-related intel? Take? Drop. Eat. Just a second, I'll make room. It feels like an important item to have, so we're gonna take it. Hell yeah. 2 spaces. Think. Just don't die. Simple as. I mean, we found something, so I guess when the time comes to trade it in, we're just gonna trade it in. Just make sure to not get clapped as we make our way out of the bunker. AK pattern light. Ooh, key. I say don't be greedy, take what you can get and leave. Yes, the shitter, the code is definitely not there. It's nice that they have English language exit signs. Okay, now we have to pay close attention to make sure that no one has respawned outside. Hearing a lot of shots being fired. Be careful, pie our corners diligently and we should be fine. Okay, so stay fine. How do I summon chopper transport? Oh, you already bought it? You installed it? You need to click on an LZ on the map and the chopper will come to your nearest LZ. Slice that pie, exactly. That is the biggest lesson that Ready or Not has taught me, that if you get complacent with pieing a room, you will die. Like, the moment you get lazy with understanding the angles inside of the room is the moment you will eat shit. Oh, that's our guys. Shooting at someone. You know what would be absolutely diabolical, yet entirely on brand? If the, well, the AI, but basically just the RNG would place deadly traps in the woods. That would be entirely unsurprising. Okay, let me check. Be pretty fitting for the environment. Yeah. Well, not these guys, because these are just barefoot militants, but something a little bit more substantial, you know, like a proper army. I can see them having tripwires and shit. Well, because thank God we're not in Nam. This is Thailand. People are having lots of fun. No, Terry, you can add me, if you're on US Central, you can add me by my name. Just Kuromaru Onii-san, all one word. That's it, he's hooked. He's never gonna stop chasing the dragon. Right. Do I want the AK? I probably, well, realistically, I don't. I don't want the AK. I don't want anything to do with an AK. I'm gonna offload some of my extra ammo. I'm gonna leave the shotgun, even though it's not really optimal. Okay, what is this? RK1. RK1 is a grip that can be installed on any handguard on a lower Picatinny rail. What does it do? It gives recoil control, better ergonomics, and better weapons handling. Do I want to put it over here is the question. I'm currently running a shitty... Is it an AK-4 grip? Manufacturer Zenit Co. Yes, it's an AK-4 grip. I now have mixed feelings about defiling the sanctity of my AR with a no joy on search. Is that the second checkpoint? Oh, there it is. See, there it is. There's the thing that you need to search. It's just... Probably need to capitalize that. See? All one word, and you should be able to find that. I'm gonna leave this here. I don't know who wants it. How do I feel about this? I kind of don't want AK furniture on my AR. This may be an illogical hang-up, but I don't want an AK. I don't want AK furniture on my nice AR. Well, just type in the entire thing. AK, bro. Listen, the AK is a bad platform. Unless you source your parts from a cave, in the same cave that you found your surplus ammo. It is a platform that does not make sense for use in the USA. I will never stop saying that because it will never stop being true. $200, really? 60 for the suppressor? Fuck, it is just taking up space in my, entire thing type, 0 results. Are you on US Central? Okay, what is your tag in game? Let me try to find you instead. Nope, you're not in. Maybe you haven't indexed in the game or something. Just a second. If you're in the server, I should be able to see you. Wait, what faction did you join, Notary? Because I am in Mithras, and you can't squat up or I believe. Hey, that's Rebel Red. Let me add him to friends. Yeah, you have to be in the yeah, you're going to have to wipe your character, I'm afraid, because I can't see you on the map otherwise. Yeah, I should have specified that, but also you should have asked, because I asked Jamez where he was. Most people are in Mithras, to be fair, so you're not really losing out. Okay, I want to quickly check where do I find the next checkpoint, because I don't want to search around in the dark. Let's see. Gray Zone Warfare. New neighbors. Alright, let's see. Investigate checkpoint. Yeah, that looks like the checkpoint that we're supposed to be investigating. Just a second, I'm looking at a walkthrough. Okay, that's the truck that we need to find. Okay, we take our quest here. Where is the other checkpoint? Ah, okay, so the other checkpoint is... Okay, I see. We are going to... You know what? I'm gonna be cheap. We're gonna run the MP5. Yes. Let me just quickly deload my magazines. Drop this here. Should I take the shotgun? Or I'm going to take the shotgun just in case as an insurance policy. We're going to move this over here. And all of the shotgun ammo goes on my belt. Fantastic. Okay. Shotguns are not as rare. The MP5SD is not rare at all. We're going to drink some water, and we're gonna go. So the checkpoint should be somewhere over here. Alrighty, let's go. Oh, right. Well, see, the only thing I don't like about the MP5 is that the handguard can't accept any tactical attachments. So it's like a proper pre-86 MP5. The red dot is still night vision compatible, which is nice. See, that noise sounds like someone summoning in an A10, and I know we don't have access to A10s. We do have access to mortars. Alright, with the amount of gunfire I've heard so far, this area should be cleared. I feel like there are new bodies here. I can still hear rounds going off. It's a very nice touch that they've added the crack of the round passing the sound barrier. Lima 1 extraction point added, but that's not where I need to go, is it? That's... Continue. Aha. Show me the checkpoint, come on. Aha, the checkpoint is further up north, I see. Well, damn, I feel silly now, because this looks like we're going to be dealing with engagement ranges when a DMR would be good. Ah, fuck it, let's push through with the MP5. If I see anyone too far out, we're just gonna apply some concussive shotgun therapy. Yeah, if anyone else feels like getting into this game, feel free to add me. I feel like we're going to be doing some community play streams. Noteri has requested to be friends. Gee, I don't really know who this Noteri character is. Not really sure about that one. What do you guys think? I think he has a ban-worthy name. Everyone in this area should be dead. Just with the amount of gunfire I've heard coming from over here. But you never know. So true, to the gallows with him. Quick, we need to find him and team kill. Apparently they have a very well thought out aggression system, or rather a karma system. You shooting at me, bitch? Yes, you are. Pull back into the tree line. I'm just gonna go through the brush. Fuck you. Oh, damn. Something's been happening here. Oh, speak of the devil, an Orenco AR. Pull back into the forest. Retrieve the intel and report back. I think I already have the intel, right? In my stash. Okay, let's pull back into base and see if that's the folder that I picked up. Yeah, I think that's our guys going loud there. Jesus Christ, these people don't even need to file for a tax stamp, and they still go out of their way to be loud. Also, who's looking forward to the deregulation of cans that we're getting probably next week? No, not next week, sorry. I think the budget reconciliation is supposed to hit Trump's desk. What was it, on July 4th for him to sign? And included into that is the Hearing Protection Act.
Roger, Raven is in the air and heading to Lima 1.
How's everybody feeling about that? Are we suspecting that the Congress critters are gonna fuck us over again? Be nice if it went through. I mean, we're 100% getting the tax stamp knocked down to 0. But problem is that I don't like the fact that Speaker Johnson is focusing on the $200. And I don't like that a lot of the boomer cons are also focusing just on the tax stamp and not the NFA process, which for people like Patchwork, who lives in a heavy gun control state that just bans NFA items. Like, removing cans off the NFA is the focus. Well, should be the focus.
Landon, get in, go!
I mean, alternatively, you could just become an FFL and be able to own normal guns that way, I guess. Because, oh, that's very loud. I don't think that they lose the forest for the trees. I think that they're catering to the lowest common denominator. Like, a lot of these people, like, a lot of the people on the Ways and Means Committee, specifically the people who proposed the updated text. I forget the name of the guy, but basically that particular congressman, I think he knew what he was doing because he was pitching incrementalism because he needed something to run on next term. And if we didn't shit down his neck to get the full text of the Hearing Protection Act, he would have just run on doing that and would have failed at removing suppressors off the NFA in his next in the next budget year. How am I coming through, by the way? The chopper makes it very difficult to talk. I can barely hear myself. Sound's been good so far? Okay. It's just that the chopper makes it difficult for me to hear myself, and then I can't tell if I'm audible or not. Okay. But as I was saying, no, Terry, if you're standing on that helipad, you may want to move out of the way. No, that's not you. Mother milk? Really? Nice. The first death I suffered in this fucking game is being squished by the fucking... by the helicopter. You're counter-hunting Thai food. First mission, they're everywhere. I got some news for you, though, Terry. They are kind of endemic to the place. Okay, let's sell this Norinco piece of shit. Actually, let me inspect it real quick. Does it have T1? Okay, nothing of value is going to be lost. Gunny... Can I hand over... I can't hand it over. Okay, that's not the intel I was looking for, I guess. So we're gonna have to go back into the bunker. Okay, let me look up my walkthrough. Uh-huh. Okay, I see. There's a spot on the map that we need to hit. Let me check that off real quick. So, where do you show that? Oh, that's very fucked. Just a second. Roll that back. That's the only thing I dislike about this game. Some of the mission objectives are very obscure, very difficult to find if you don't know what you're looking for. Okay, let me get my bearings. Is that... oh, okay. So it's some spot over... a moment, let me get my scale up. He explains the exact coordinates, I hope. Somewhere over here. I guess we're going to find it. But yeah, I'd say for the sake of your enjoyment of the game, and not to turn it into an annoying, just, you know, fetch quest simulator, I would recommend definitely dispensing with the notion of just beating the quest normally, and just look up a walkthrough. You're going to save yourself a lot of time and a lot of frustration looking for shit. Don't let me be the one to stop you from, you know, looking around and having fun, but at the same time, soft point 556. You know, I don't know about you, but I have only so much time to spend on gaming, so I want it to be at least moderately efficient. Our hands are occupied. So, yeah, as I was saying, there is a chance the Congress critters are going to try to fuck with our fun, and it's very important to keep their feet to the fire to prevent them from doing so. As of right now, if nobody fucks with the text of the bill, we're just getting cans off the NFA, unlocking them for places that used to be like hard prohibition states. Oh, can I not serve it in because I don't have it on me? Or no, I just, okay, it's just an entirely different thing. Let's keep it here for now. Okay, we have our DMR. I'm gonna keep the DMR just because, you know, it's more immediately useful for a lot of situations. Like, I'm gonna keep the shotgun. Loadouts do a lot to determine your survivability here, so I try to make good decisions.
Raven, wheels up for base camp.
I like that there's a check weapon button where, you know, he goes through the full check rifle cycle, including the pressing the forward assist, checking your zeros and your magnifications. Oh, there you are.
Raven on station and ready to pick you up.
Thunder biome. Do I think Los Angeles man terrifies Florida man? Are like phenotypically, or do we mean just, you know, the respective governors of those places? I would say that Florida man beats Los Angeles man because there are barely any men left in LA. Governor-wise as well, I think, didn't Newsom have a debate with DeSantis, and DeSantis BTFO'd him decisively because all he had to do was quote, you know, like crime statistics and migration statistics from California to Florida. Like, Newsom doesn't really have a lot to say to the governor of the state where several, like tens of thousands of people fled to, running away from his tax regime and, you know, from his soft on crime DAs and from his shit policies that turned a state that just has no right to be a bad place. Like, it should be the perfect place to live, and it was for quite a while. And he managed to fuck it up decisively. You're thinking like craziest dudes you can pick up in LA versus the craziest dude you can find from Florida? No, I still say that phenotypically the Florida man still takes the cake. He's just built different. You know, Florida men will just casually domesticate gators just because, you know, swamp puppies and whatnot. And the craziest man you can find in LA is probably just going to be some drug addict from Skid Row who doesn't have the fine motor skills to wipe his own ass anymore. But I misclicked. I didn't want to put on nods. I am sometimes still forced to go to California for business because a lot of the big events are there. Like TwitchCon, Anime Expo. What else is in LA? Well, E3 is dead, so that's the misnomer. But a lot of stuff still happens in California, unfortunately, so I am cursed to travel there. I have to say, the fucking resort tax that they charge in LA hotels is obnoxious. Yes, I would like to pay an additional tax on top of the taxes that you're already charging me with sales tax, for the overpriced fucking hotel where I also can enjoy the luxury of, you know, dodging hobos in the street. As bad as LA is, at least it's not Frisco. Sure, but LA shouldn't be bad in the first place. That's the point that I'm getting to. Like, LA wasn't that bad even as far back as 2017. Like, sure, it had some colorful characters and Skid Row was still a thing. But at the very least, the entirety of Venice Beach wasn't just turned into the fucking favelas. And the homeless camp started growing out of control back in, I'm gonna say 2018, 2017 as well. So you would have like, because I used to longboard along Venice Beach, and I really liked it. I actually bought my longboard in, wait, did I buy my, yes, I think I did buy my longboard in Venice Beach. I bought it from a skate shop there. And I still have that longboard. What the fuck am I looking for here exactly? But even back then, as you went through Venice Beach, you had to sort of hold your breath at certain parts of the bicycle lane that goes along the beach. Because there would just be, you know, a fucking homeless tent on the side of it that would reek of shit and piss and wherever the fuck else so badly that, like, it's unbearable, and you smell it before you see it. Right, what am I looking for? He wants a second. Let's hydrate. Like, that's a point, that's a little similar to the point that Razor Fist used to make a while back, that Mexico deserves to be a good country, and in the same vein, fucking LA deserves to be a good city. And its misadventures are entirely manufactured for it by Gavin Newsom and the rest of the ruling class of that state. And I believe that in large part, that is due to the fact that it is illegal to ask anyone for ID while voting. That gear is long gone then? What gear is long gone? Did you eat shit and die? I'm gonna go back to the checkpoint. Figure some out. You got counter-struck because 3 dudes came out of the entrance while he was moving past. You were moving past it. That's because you didn't check your corners. Basically, not allowed to shoot while moving. You're allowed to shoot while moving. You just need to ADS. Like, you can shoot while moving just fine. You're just not going to move a lot. Listen, that's okay, man. It's your first game. It's your first day. It's okay to be bad at the game. Rifle turns corner, dude Sandra saunters past you. Understandable. Well, so here's the thing. This is like Dark Souls. You do have the opportunity to get your gear back. So if you know where your body is, you can go and collect it. Because LA is currently celebrating its generational summer riots. What do you mean? Sorry, I'm having 3 different conversations at the same time, so it's a little difficult to keep track. I mean, LA is going to riot and burn at the drop of a hat. Which is, you know, also probably a product of the fact that you have a disproportionate amount of the EBT class there. Like, who would have thunk it that if you have a lot of... Yeah, coming at me from all sides, true. What is this? That's just a rock? But if you foster a class of people who are not participating in normal society, then they are going to establish, you know, casual violence and rioting and property destruction as a permissible means of either asking for things they want or taking the things they want when order breaks down. Because LAPD isn't going to do shit right now. The Adidas store that's going to get hit, tough luck. I'm pretty sure that they're not even going to bother calling the police for anything other than filing a report. Because they're going to need that report to file for their insurance, and that's going to result in Californian insurance becoming even more expensive than it already is. That's a military base. I don't want to go there. I will get my shit stuffed very, very quickly. As for the current riots in particular, like, we need to understand that apparently just judging by the people who are identified there, a lot of them are manned by what we would term as the checkpoint patrol respawned. Does he have a helmet? Helmet can't save you if I hit you in the eye. Gotcha, bitch. Probably more of them. There's no way that was it. That was it. Quickly reload. That my plate carrier. Yeah, there's no way that's it. Had someone telling you she believes the cops destroyed their own cars to start a civil war? That's yeah, Occam's razor disagrees with that vehemently. First of all, what civil war? Second of all, do the cops do that every time there's civil unrest? Because the cars sure seem to be burning every time there's civil unrest. Whoa. I didn't shoot a friendly there, did I? Oh, I did shoot a friendly there. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I thought you were AI. Oh. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Motherfucker, he's persistent. Okay, let's quickly reload. There we go. Nothing like a little point shooting. May want to switch over to this. Just a little bit more convincing in a conversation with the locals. Let me switch over to this. There you go. We turned this off. Okay. Fantastic. Fortunately, there's no friendly fire here. Saves me a lot of trouble. Where the fuck is the body? Where did he go down? There he is. Got any money? You got a shitty AK on you. Well, sort of a moot point. That would imply the existence of non-shitty AKs. Is this 1v1 Battle Royale? No, so this is Gray Zone Warfare. It is a tactical extraction shooter, and I'm specifically playing on PvE servers because I value my sanity. The poor Waymos. the pacifist cars, 5 of them burned. Yeah, and those were also the lower tier ones, I think. Like the less expensive ones, so they're now actively evacuating the more expensive Waymos out of the country. Right, now, we need to go west. Check the map. Okay, so this dude is obviously on the same quest as we are. We messaged him, actually. I can't fucking spell. Okay, there is a path. We're going to follow it for now. You know, another thing that I appreciate about this game, it seems to have a, at least the PvE side of it, has a very mellow and very polite player base. I enjoy that profusely. As someone who's usually used to, you know, console Tekken levels of toxicity, it's very refreshing. I know that a part of it is a lack of a competitive component. You know, outside of the fact that, you know, you get to run in and kill stuff first. Normally, I don't like following trails. Gear is dead, and dead again because 10 rounds in the torso don't kill people. Just going to wipe the character and start again. You know, Terry is not having a good time. Did I say thank you? Did it send? Yes, it did. Okay. Actually overheard a streamer who will not be named say that, so what if they burn... whoa! Okay, just a second. Let me focus on not dying to the NPCs real quick, and then we'll read through it. Oh, no, you can say Hassan, that's fine. Listen, Thunder Biome, I don't ban for opinions or associations in this chat. Like, the only reason you can catch a ban here is if you're actively being disruptive. Sounds like Seth Rogen saying he's fine with his car getting broken into. Well, that's arguably the most cucked thing that I could ever hear, but that's also part of the Longhouse conditioning that the Dems will subject people to. Like how you're distracting me with chats a robot can take me out in the green? Nah, that's okay. It's just the way of life in San Francisco, yeah. Let me see how far out we were. In the green, I am the super predator, not the AI. Well, it is also the middle of the day, so I should be frosty. But yeah, the whole attitude of, oh, I'm fine if someone just, you know, takes my stuff, infringes on the sanctity of my private property and, you know, makes me his bitch. That's just part and parcel of living in a shithole city. Like, I'm sorry, where I grew up, that kind of attitude would get you disinvited from social circles. What's our visibility? Oh, that's not great. I'm keeping the nods on. You ask where I grew up? I grew up in Russia predominantly before I repatriated back to the States. Whoa, okay, I can hear someone shooting. Someone nearby? Mostly the other way around. Like, the Russians were always suspicious of me, you know, because Americans aren't exactly commonly found in the wild. Especially not ones that have managed to gain a fluent mastery of their language. Is he still around? By the fact that that guy's still up. I see a structure. NPCs usually dwell near structures. Respond. Alright, let's see. What do we have to do here? Probably need to find some sports bag. I don't want to take it. Attack plans. Hell yeah. Now I need to go to a safe location to hand it in. I will catch up with chat in a moment. Let me just get out of here. Sure, your mom fell in love with St. Petersburg. But she only went once on holiday. Your aunt was going to go, but had to cancel the trip after Putin invaded Ukraine. So funny that. I was actually on a business trip to Russia when the invasion popped off. So I had to get my ass evacuated through some sketchy fucking flight through Qatar where their security detail may have ransacked my bag because it had some Japanese dojin in them. And I potentially almost ended up in Qatari prison, but my layover was very short, so they just had to cope and seethe and just send me my bag back after having cut it open. St. Petersburg is a very nice place. Weather is shit throughout most of the year, but it's nice to look at. You would want to go. She described it beautiful, like the inside of a painting. She was probably mostly like in the palatial part of it, like the old preserved Tsarist palaces, like the Winter Palace in Petrogov. Those are really nice to look at if Baroque is your cup of tea. someone else told you that if she didn't leave at St. Petersburg, she hasn't seen Russia, which is very scary. So, yes and no. St. Petersburg and Moscow are probably like the most high quality of life cities. There are going to be bad and sketchy spots. Some spots of Russia are a little bit disheveled, but in order to reach those, you need to travel very far inland into very depressive areas that like no longer have industry and whatnot, and that failed at developing any kind of post-industrial services and cash flows. I mean, arguably, Moscow and St. Petersburg run you a lower risk of being stabbed than London. I say that as someone who's lived in all... Well, I haven't lived in St. Pete, I've just spent a lot of time there, but I lived in London. And Moscow, at the very least, allows you to have a fixed blade knife on you. Granted, their gun laws are cucked. Like, I will never stop making fun of Ivan for seceding his fucking gun rights and letting the Chechens have effectively more gun rights than they do. Oh, someone's having... Thunder Biome. There is... I forget how you access that, but I think the Pokemon game should be in... one of my drop-down tabs, and it's going to be a browser game, and then you're going to have access to the Pokemon that you have, and the primary action is catching the Pokemon here in chat, and you get currency that you then use to buy heals in Pokemon, and then you can, once you assemble your team of Pokemon, you can go and battle. I think that's how the extension used to work last time I used it. It's been a while. Now I only distract myself from the core gameplay I'm engaging with to catch a Magikarp or a Ghastly. Oh yeah, the checkpoint definitely repopulated. Oh, that's not mine. Okay. He is probably also going back to base. But I'm gonna take my own spinner just to be safe. It's fun to hop on other people's choppers because you can inadvertently discover new spots. Where the fuck is my chopper? Hello? Pick up in 2 minutes? What is this, a fucking bus? Oh, that's a different factions chopper. Interesting. They're getting kind of fucking active here. Oh, I can take my nods off. Damn, stuff is popping off. You know, Terry, do you need help with some of your early quests? I can show you a nice loot room. Damn, these farther out LZs are sure take a bit of time to get the chopper in. Hopefully I won't get popped by the AI. I think I just saw a patrol somewhere. That's still not my chopper. Oh, that one should be mine. Because the AI can't lean, this is basically now the call sign for, Sorry, pal, you can't ride in this one.
Strap in, we're heading out.
You know what, I'm gonna eat the fucking pate because I got nothing better to do while I'm flying. The 590 is a cool shotgun. Like, all things considered, in-flight meal pate, snazzy, yeah, listen, I like to travel in class, don't you know? I hate that you can't get pates in, like, any standard American convenience stores. Like, it's just not a part of the palette here, so I have to order the Euro slop from Amazon, or I need to look for what's referred to as a European delicacy store, which is actually just a Russian grocery store. So it really limits it, even though it's a very good source of animal fats and protein. Like, you take some nice sourdough bread and you put on a thick spread of that nice livery pate. Mmm. No, Terry is on a mission. I wonder if you walk into the rotor, you're going to be splashed by it. Pate with some of those water crackers or whatever they're called, also nice. I know, I've developed an appreciation for sourdough bread. Crackers are nice, you know, it's an okay texture. But I'm just very specifically a sucker for some nice, lightly toasted sour bread. Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Do you have one of the Blue Lagoon landing zones?
Yes, I do. Let me call in a. Let me call in a.
One?
Yeah. You have a particular place in Blue Lagoon that you want?
It's gonna be my first time going, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Let me toss you into. Oh, Arsenal's taken. Okay, I'm gonna send you to Kilo 1.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to
Yeah, no problem. Ready to go. Drink some water. That's your ride. You wouldn't mind it so much if it wasn't for the retrieval missions for Body 1 devolving because motherfuckers with zero body armor have resiliency to literal steel seal. First of all, listen, Notere, just, you know, just shoot for the head. Like, I don't... Would you like me to gift you a pair of nods so that you can go out at night and have some sort of advantage on them? I played all of my missions at nights initially. What a name that guy had? I ignored his name entirely. What was his name? Is it stream safe? Will I get banned for showing it on stream? Let me check. Check the map. Vargas 0? Oh, Glory Hole Grandma? Oh, I ignored it entirely. Yeah, sorry, I'm just... If I don't get a match to a thing I'm looking for, I just gloss over it entirely. Gunny mission, nice. Find the negotiator in YBL 1. We already found that negotiator. He wasn't too good at negotiating shit. Oh, I would hate to have to go. 0 missions completed, guns remaining gone, body armor gone. No, Terry, would you like me to... I can give you some nicer merch. Come to the base. Let me set you up. I have the cash to spare. 2 fucking dozen assholes killed. Well, killing the assholes doesn't really get you anything until you complete the missions. Listen, stop being difficult. Come to the base. I'll give you some nicer gear to work with. Where even fucking are you? Are you so dead that you don't show up on the map? Did you fuck off to a high-level area, and now you're surprised that you're getting your shit pushed in? Gotta collect my stuff here real quick. You're in luck. I'm about to swap out helmets. Because I like the color black for no other reason at all. Shit's literally by the tavern 1 kilo in. Someone decided the 300 Blackout has the stopping power of septuagenarian erection. Why are you running 300 Blackout? Just run the standard M4. I feel like you're overcomplicating your own experience. Did you buy the supporter bundle that instantly gives you the SIG MCX? It was what they give you? They gave me 5.56 and an M4. How the fuck? Why do you have 300 Blackout shit? If you come to the base, I'll give you a nicer set of plates. They gave you 2 ARs, PMags loaded with 300 black. Okay. Come to the base. I'll give you a set. If you already blew through your money, I'll give you a set of plates and some nods and send you on your merry way with a gun that works. I'm at the camp. Just come here. I mean, I can help you with some DMR support if you point me towards a mission you're currently doing. I still don't even have 300 Blackout. Like, I have some, but like very little. Only a couple of magazines worth. That's why I don't run the SIG MCX I have. Like, I have the rifle, but I don't have any ammo for it. Sure, yeah, give me the 300 Blackout ammo, I'll give you some 5.56. I actually need to hit the town hall. I've never looked around that place. Where the fuck even are you? I don't see you at base. You've been wandering around staring at NPCs? Are you in the base? I don't see you. Nomad 1392. There's Rebel over there. You're on the helipad. Easy. Wait. I do not see you on the helipad. What the? Are you in the correct server? I literally just saw you a moment ago. Okay, I have your squad invite, but I don't see you. What the fuck? Weird, innit? I know, right? Do you see me? Because I'm by the helipads. Like you're not on my map, you're not anywhere. In another server. No, Terry, you're in a different server. You see this? Oh, you don't see this through the chat.
Jefferson is secured and fully under our control.
Like, listen, I get that this game is early access. It's not that early access. I wonder if I can pull you in. Main menu, there you are. Alright, let me buy you some pity loot while I'm at it. This, I have a helmet to give you. I assume you have a belt. Not enough space for items, that's great. You have exactly one belt remaining, I'll get you another belt. The fuck? We'll have this on. Move this over here real quick. Oh, that takes up a lot of space with the nods. What else? Force strength for stamina leather belt. I don't get that reference. Is that a D&D reference? Sorry, I'm slightly streamer brained right now. Please be patient with me. No, Terry, you're in another server. How are you managing to do that? Super old meme. Well, sorry, I don't, I'm a little bit culturally detached. Excuse me. I don't know what to tell you, man. I have some unreads here. I don't like messages being stuck in highlight. Let me try to, okay, just a second. Let me end deployment myself. Let me try to log into a server and stay there. Okay, US Central. Ah, okay. No, Terry, you need to go back into the menu. You need to go back into main menu. And then you need to hit ready, and then it's going to load us into US Central together. Well, now you need to ready up. You need to pick US Central and then... there we go. Okay. Logging into server. Fantastic. Alright, it's probably going to shit the encoder a little bit, just because, you know, loading in is expensive. I wonder if they're probably going to add some kind of clan system to this. Well, I mean, they sort of have a faction system, which is sort of like clans, I guess. Okay, excellent. Let's find a flat space and Notere. That's probably nothing. I'm just gonna go up here on the roof, and I'm gonna offload whatever I have here on the roof. There you go. Okay, fantastic. Here's your plate carrier. Here's your helmet. Sorry. Here's your belt. I think you also said you needed an M4, right? Oh, fuck it. I'm feeling generous today. Here's your M4. I hate to break it to you, my guy, but these are 5.56. This is not 300 blackout. There you go. Have them back. They're just marked as 300 blackout because they take both. Well, that was magazine compatibility. I just checked. You have 5.56 loaded inside. But that's the same in real life. Let me get you some sights so that you can work with the night vision. Just a second. T1. Let's give you a hollow sun mount. Put that here. Here, take the sights. Sights are over here, and take the magazines back. Sights. And your magazines are over there. Since they're not 300 blackout, I don't need them. Alright. Do you need some sniper support for what you're about to go do? You can use VC, don't be shy. Or you can message.
Noise check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So everything's on like the 119, 118 axis by the tavern, and I have no fucking idea where it is because I lost track of it while I was shooting everyone in sight.
Okay, what does your mission say? I think your mission is probably going to say something to the effect of check out the town sawmill, right? Or the lumber yard.
Recon and two things that require a tracker, basically.
Do you have trackers?
Dos.
You have two, okay. Where were the coordinates you said you needed to hit? 118.
118 and 119 from 172 to 174.
I am bad with numbers. Don't speed up too much. 118, 127, 127.
So it's just to the east of the tavern. It's on the 172 and 174 line, 118 and 119.
172 and 174. Oh, wait, you can just mark it on my map. What the fuck am I doing? Just put a waypoint down and I'll see it. Yeah, put a waypoint on the map and I'll see it. There we go. Aha, so okay, that's the market. That's a sketchy fucking area, okay. And you just need to go there and check?
Oh, dude, they threw me into the bullshit right away. So, find a weapons cache, mark it.
The weapons cache is not here. The weapons cache, I know where the weapons cache is. It's, God, it's in 174 and 121, somewhere around here.
Yeah, they said it might have been moved.
It might have been moved. It was here in the last patch. It's probably not moved by us since then.
Yeah, it's literally in the mission description. Unaccounted for, find it, mark its exact location, and it said it's in a shed of the town's lumberyard 172, 119. That's what it tells me.
Wait, so you have... Wait, it gives you multiple... Oh, okay. Can you send a screenshot of what your mission description says? Because I feel like there's... Something's being lost in translation there. Because the marketplace is a sketchy fucking area where you're not supposed to go until later. Noturi, can you post a screenshot in the Discord?
I'm not sure what to think about that handshake fella. He's all smiles, but I don't trust it one bit.
Okay, I see it. 172, 119. 172, 119 is over here. That's over there. It's by the lumberyard.
The other one is recon on 174, same alternate coordinates, and the last one is 172, 118. So yeah, they just threw me out there.
All right, let's hit the recon location because that's the fastest to do and it's closer to the LZ. All right, it's getting a little dark. All right, let's hope that you don't get us both killed now. You may want to switch over to the stream audio. You know what? Damn, I don't like using my push to talk, but I guess for coordinating we can't rely on the stream delay.
It's roughly 6 to 8 seconds.
Yeah, I'll stick to push to talk while we're actively coordinating. I'll help you with a couple of missions, and then I'll move on to do my stuff. I called in a bird for us.
Okay. What is this shit in my upper left?
Can you be more specific?
Did I accidentally take fall damage?
Get on the chopper, I'll deal with it when we get there. You may have, though. Did you just jump off the roof?
Yeah, it says I'm hurt.
You need to apply a splint to your legs. The game has a bit of a vertical learning curve.
To be fair, that's something I'm used to from Tarkov, but I was walking down the stairs.
Walk carefully. All right, you're fixed up, ready to go?
Move out! I'm good enough.
No, are you fixed up or not? Because that's going to be an issue if you just let it stay like that. No. Are you fixed up?
I didn't have any splints on me when I noticed.
I have splints. Hold up. Hold still. Hold still. Hold still.
Okay, that's better.
Okay, now, high speed, low drag is not the approach here. That's why you keep eating shit, because you keep sprinting everywhere. We take this slow, we approach the point of interest, we scope out potential bogeys, and we kill them.
To be fair, that's what I did the first time.
Usually thick brush is your safest bet. Moving along roads, there are always going to be patrols. Sometimes the patrols are in the rice fields.
Yeah, I approached from the other angle. First 5 times I did this.
Oh, let's move. Wait, so did you hit this place or not?
I approached from LZ Alpha.
Okay, but were you inside already?
I made it as far as what I assume is the market.
I don't see any targets yet. Up. Hold. I'm getting some rubber banding. Pull back. Pull back into the bush. Fall back, fall back, fall back. Do not fight them. Oh my god, we have a raid. Hello, welcome raiders. Just a second. Give me a second to not bleed out, and I will greet you formally. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Notary, are you alive?
Don't worry about it.
Fire Lord.
Back in a second if you're looking.
Let me patch myself up because I also caught some strays because I was rubber banding. Alright, let me quickly stop dying and see. Fire Lord raid. Infinitrix, hello, hello. You sound familiar. Oh, message deleted. Why? Sorry about that. The bot gets a little bit overactive with some of the emotes there. Hi. Infrit, excuse me, sir. Fuck. Up, I need to zoom out real quick. Hello, Raiders. What were you doing?
So what's our body is by that car to your north, by the road.
Just a moment. Let me greet the raid and also get out of the way of the incoming fire because I'm rubber banding real bad. All right. So what were you doing? I assume you're a fellow Gray Zone enjoyer. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Koromaru Onii-san, everybody's favorite tactical Onii-san and bad influence. Let's pull back to the LZ, fall back to the base, so that I can deal with my injuries and understand what the fuck went wrong, and also probably resync. We played...
That ain't gonna happen.
Are you dead?
In about 10 seconds.
Fuck. Pull back to the LZ, I'll patch you up. So yes, as I was saying, we play tactical games, not particularly well, as you can see, but I do my best. But hello, welcome. Feel free to raid and run if you have to use the facilities and then come back later. That would be much appreciated. Where the fuck is the LZ? But yeah, we look at news, we try to stay educated, and we play tactical games sometimes. Oh, okay. You recognized me immediately when I joined the Ricky stream in Discord? Got it. Road north of LZ, west of the Durla car. Okay, I'm looking for you now, Terry. I see you. Do you need medical assistance? I, for some reason, had the NPC T-pose. When I shot him in the head, he disappeared, and I had no one to engage with and try to shoot. Oh, you're one of her mods. Oh, that's right. You got your eye on me. Oh no. The Gray Zone cops are here. Whatever shall I do? No. Don't skip coma. I got you. Okay, where the fuck is he? By the derelict car. There you are. I got you, buddy. Oh, you're in rough shape. Just a second. Light bleeding. Really? All that off of a light bleeding? Severe blood loss? Okay, that's fair. But yeah, welcome in. I had to take down my model. See, you're good. You're fine.
Literally the first thing he did was shoot me.
Well, I mean, you do sort of stand out. But yeah, I'm trying to help a friend here get into Gray Zone warfare. It's not working out too well. All right, you can handle the rest. You are now conscious. I like this game entirely too much because it's consumed all of my available playtime. Did I use up all of my surgical kits on you? No, I did not. The game is great. There's some nerd shit that I could nitpick about it, like not having... no, I'm good. Like not having offset red dots for my DMR and whatnot, but admittedly those are legitimate just, you know, nitpicks and small things and small quality of life shit. But so far I'm having lots of fun.
My kingdom for some ketamine.
Best I got is Ibelin.
That'll work.
Wounded, mild blood loss, bone fracture. Wait, do I not have... Am I out? Nope, I'm not out. Second. You need splints. I recommend exfil and refilling on medical supplies.
This is a good plan.
Exfil confirmed. Raven en route to Bravo 2.
Okay. This was significantly easier when Tiferet was carrying me. Right, so I was in the middle of a self-intro that I fumbled entirely. Yeah, I am...
This is why I kept going in from Alpha, because I know what to expect.
I see. Yeah, that's fair enough. I wasn't expecting them to T-pose threateningly. I think I've just encountered my first ever bug in Gray Zone, because the AI models just despawned and were shooting me from nowhere and were T-posing at me. But yeah, We normally do Zatsus, we do react streams to current events. I specifically do a lot of sports-related stuff, specifically combat sports, since I come from a background of practicing martial arts for probably the better part of 15 years now. So I have my cavalcade of black belts in martial arts that actually work, not to be confused with Aikido. So we sometimes commentate on MMA matches, look at training videos, all of that good stuff. And whenever the world is on fire, we try to look into it and, you know, make some informed conclusions based on what the news cycle is currently spitting out at us. But yeah, stick around. We try to keep it comfy. Whenever I'm not running Gray Zone, I promise there's also a model somewhere on stream. But unfortunately, I can't get Gray Zone to play nice with my 3D model today in particular. I'm gonna have to sit down and try to do that. Alright, let's see.
Is there a way to chain waypoints in the map?
No. Alright, I need to refill my medical because I've spent most of it getting Notary up. We're going to throw this out. I should have more combat application tourniquets somewhere. There we are, combat application tourniquet. I really like these. We have Ibelin. Wait. This goes here. Ibelin does not go here. This is an anti-bleed bag. So the gauze goes here. He's actually chewed through all of my medical supplies. Okay. Oh, never mind. I had a different circuit. I don't need this yet. The Ibelin goes here. What else am I missing? Gauze, tourniquet.
Not hurt.
Sorry, what?
Do I need to keep applying splints till my arm's not red anymore?
It depends on what's red. If it's organs, you need to apply a surgical kit. Okay, now we are...
Nothing organs, just the arm, but not the bone.
Then that's splints, yeah. It's gonna be a little bit faster if we do this. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong person. Where's Notary? Oh, there you are. Oh, that's right. Hey there, Dominic. Yeah, major raid. Major raid. Let me... Can you please give a shout out? I was informed on the correct reading. Just a second. Infrit. Infrit. Okay. I cannot read and I cannot think. Can you please give Infrit a shout out? Thank you very much. Thank you for dropping by, Dom. Alright, let's figure out what the hell is going on with Notary there. I didn't even look at the... Wait, I think
Left arm.
Okay, I'm following in for it. Wounded, it needs gauze. And you have slight blood loss. Now that I think about it, I've seen your channel around. Alright, slight blood loss. Let's give you a blood pack. I feel responsible for dragging Notary into playing the game. Alright, you should be good now. Are you not still? Do I have more blood bags? I should.
It says I'm hurt, but it doesn't. It says the wound's treated, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so you're just low on blood now.
Hold on.
Let me get that fresh blood pack here. I wasn't expecting to be the designated medic this time around. Okay, move this out. Cycle this out.
Okay, blood bag working.
Okay, good. So what we're going to do now is slightly different.
So, okay, what meds should I buy from this woman?
You need to have a tourniquet, you need to have bandages, you need to have Ibelin, and you need to have a surgical kit. So, I guess this is a good opportunity to teach you about how medical works here.
Kit. Is the RT the tourniquet?
Yes, I believe the one she sells, that's the tourniquet. You've probably burned through your combat application tourniquets by now. SRT is the tourniquet. So, when you get hit, you will experience a number of side effects depending on whether or not it hit you in the plate, in the meat, or wherever the fuck else. If you are bleeding, your priority is to stop the bleed. We stop bleeds with tourniquets and bandages. Once your bleeding is stopped, you start addressing your other injuries. If it's a bone injury, then, as in, like, the color of your actual bone is different, then we apply splints. Once the splints and bandages no longer make you better and you have a highlighted organ, or you are nauseous, or you are dazed, then we apply a surgical kit to whatever part of your anatomy is yellow, red, or whatever the fuck else it's turned. And you're going to sit there and do field surgery on yourself in that process. Pretty clear so far? You'll be lurking? Thank you very much for the lurk intrix.
Yes.
And that's pretty much it. After that point, you need to make sure that you are hydrated and you are fed, because that is how you're going to recover blood loss. If you've lost a lot of blood, then you want to use a blood bag in order to recuperate your lost blood a little bit faster. And I need to buy some water. Okay, nighttime ops are...
So I don't need to drink or eat now. Excellent. How do I keep track of that?
It's going to give you a moodle of being dehydrated if you become dehydrated. But if you open your character menu, it has hydration and energy. Energy is the food that you need to consume.
Hydration, 66.
Yes, yes, okay. Let me swap over to an MP5, because I got a bad feeling about where we're going now. Something ain't right about how those enemies just decided to 86 out of existence.
Did these motherfuckers just not sell water? Damn.
Okay, let's swap this. Give me a moment to swap in my primaries, and we're going to reattempt that. Okay, I'm calling in a bird. Wait, you said you go from Alpha? Where the fuck is he?
The last couple times I have been, but I've been basically going through the village. It's probably part of my problem. What I should do is just nav the approach from Bravo.
Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna call it to Bravo.
Roger, Raven is in the air and heading to base camp.
The problem is, I saw an AI very clearly. He was for some reason T-posing along his route. I shot him in where I thought his head is, and then he disappeared and started firing at me.
I'm just gonna have to do this raw, but I'm pretty sure I know the way through.
Chopper. No Terry.
Get ready, we're moving out.
And the chopper left.
Fuck.
Well, now you get to call in your own.
God damn it.
Pay attention to callouts.
Ready, 30 seconds.
Oh, this this one's heading to Bravo anyway, so that's fine.
Oh no, you're on the correct one. All right, this time let's take it carefully and slowly. It's dark, so they're not going to have as good of a time trying to look for us.
Yeah, fuck the rice paddy, I'm going to the road.
Don't sprint. Sprinting is rarely needed. It's usually done if you need to. Might be a good idea to have your nods on at this point. Check the map. Alright. I heard a lot of people complaining about the MP5 today, so we're going to beat the MP5 allegations by using it effectively on live man-sized targets. Alright, I see the house. Just going to follow this road real quick. Stay on the lookout for anyone who may resist. I see one.
That is way bolder than me.
Okay, he should be dead. Check our lighting conditions. It's not that dark yet. So maybe let's abstain from standing up in the middle of the rice paddy. I definitely see another man-sized target by the barn over there. So we're going to have to
So my inclination is to keep going west through the foliage and not down that road.
Negative on that, because I see our mark and we're gonna start shooting at it right now. Never mind, that's not a person. Do you want the loot off of this one?
I can't wait to get shot trying for it, but...
There's no way that's not a guy. That's definitely a guy.
%.
And they say 90mm doesn't work.
A whole lot of jack and shit in here, but...
Well, let's see. So usually when it says recon, you need to actually either reach a point or you need to interact with something on the premises.
Task check complete. Go to check town's lumberyard.
Alright, then set the waypoint for the next thing that you need to check.
Again, that's the lumberyard. I'm gonna say that's it.
Aha, the lumberyard is spicy. There's a wrong way to approach that and a right way. Let's go.
Let me double check. Yep, 17219.
I am rubber banding. Okay, so we're gonna give it a bit of a wide berth because there's a patrol usually skulking around. We're not going to sprint because sprinting makes noise and the AI is noise aware. I see a guard engaging. You there?
Yeah, major in contact.
Okay, I'm starting to see the complaint that people have with the MP5. Go right.
The objective check around the gas station. What? Just like that? What the fuck?
Give him a minute to bleed out.
That must be from Flint. He's immune to lead.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he ran off. Okay, did you get your objective to check the lumberyard?
Yeah, change to gas station, which I do not know where it is. I'm assuming it's that thing to the northwest? Yes, no?
I set a point for the gas station. Let's go. I am running out of ammo, so I'm going to entrust taking down the patrols to you. Some people can play this game as a run and gun. That's... I hear a patrol. Do you want an AKSN?
Sure not, so I was going to have to back up. That said, if you want this thing back at any point, tell me, because I'm not doing a whole lot of shooting, unfortunately.
Nah, you keep it. I have one already. Okay, let's cross the bridge. Let's be really careful because it is a bottleneck. And we're going to circle around through the rice paddy. Hey there, Rebel. Oh, sorry, I was, Hey there, thank you for the raid. I saw you skulking around the same server. How are you doing, man? Are you also junking out on Gray Zone Warfare and can't put it down? Because that's definitely my experience. Apologies for the static PNG. Not equipped.
Contact.
Shots fired. I'll shoot back at him. But thank you for the raid, Rebel. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Kuramaru Onii-san. Oh, this is absolutely PvE. I'm everyone's favorite bad influence and tactical Oni no Onii-san. We play tactical games and react to news occasionally. I also provide what I believe to be insightful advice on combatives training and fitness. Just a second.
Contact.
Oh, okay. Feel free to join the... I don't see him.
Down.
Down? Okay, good. Did you loot the previous one? Did you loot the previous one?
No, I haven't been looting anything because it's really out of this fucking open field.
Okay, never mind then. If you see a body and everyone's dead, feel free to loot it because you're gonna need to accumulate the cash and the extra equipment. Alright, we're going to go around the back entrance of the gas station. So yeah, I'm still brand new to the game, but I got Notary, who's a regular, into the game, so I'm helping him out with some early missions. Because, you know, I can see how the early game can be frustrating. Tifrit was nice enough to handhold me through the early missions, and I feel like you need to give back the kindness that you receive. Alright, we're going to peek in. Just give me a moment to refill my mags.
Actually, if you need a little extra, I have a full block mag to hand over.
Nah, yeah, I'm fine, I have some. Please don't do that. Was that your flashlight?
Contact left on the wood, one wood, he was moving left.
Grenade out.
Oh, he's dead.
I think I got him. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is where the Whole 8 Tatami podcast lives, and the Discord is for just shooting the shit with the guys, you know? I only ping for streams or if something is extremely funny. Do you still have objectives here?
It hasn't clicked yet.
Checking mags.
Sliding right behind the building.
Behind you?
See nothing? Don't like that amount of light.
Let's go around the other side. Check the building. What does your objective say?
Got it. Complete.
Oh yeah, snake wine. I'm taking that. Objective complete?
Yep.
Alright then. Loot the bodies that you need to, and yeah, let's go back to base. Make sure to click the bags and the plate carriers to get money, to check if the money is there, because it's usually in like belts and fanny packs and shit. Like, this one has some money in his pockets. Given your hardware shortage, I would recommend that you take the SKS and hold your breath. As you complete mission, the one over there by the haystack. Oh, there's two of them. Damn, that was a really good grenade throw, if I do say so myself.
I'm basically holding on to the AKS because I think it's more valuable than the rest of this shit.
Just take whatever fits in your inventory. You can press R to orient it differently in your bag so that it fits. Most of the guns here are short guns, so you should be able to get them. Like, I stick with the AR. I think that people who stick to AKs are LARPers, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'm a little full.
Alright, then let's go exfil. Uh... 500 meters. Okay, we're gonna go to the drop zone straight north. Just be attentive, because so that we don't get clipped from a rice paddy.
My inclination is to bear to our left and hit the foliage as soon as possible.
Let me check. Yeah, that works. Just be careful to not pop out of the foliage too far, because there's a stable spawn. Also remember that you can use the rice paddies, especially the features on them, as immediate cover. So if you're walking on the mounds, you can always bail to the side and reduce your signature. Do you have a mission from Gunny to look for a downed chopper?
Not yet, unfortunately.
Well, this is the chopper that you're gonna look for.
Raven, wheels up for Bravo 3.
Called in a bird.
Raven here, I'm moving out. ETA, 1 minute.
Alright, you heard the men pick up in 1 minute. LZs are usually clear of enemies, but don't get complacent. Just sit tight until the bird arrives. Don't run into the bird, because that's how you can potentially be squashed by a helicopter.
Is this variable illumination red dot? Because it looks like the fucking sun.
Shortly near your position. ETA, 30 seconds.
Which one did I give you? A T1? How do you...
It's 10D, I believe.
10D? What the fuck is a 10D? I gave you...
Sorry, EXP S2. That's
Oh, yeah. You're running an Neotech that's not night vision compatible. Yeah, that one's gonna blow out your night vision. I gave you an aim point. Bird, 10 seconds. Listen, I also like the GWAT LARP and run the EOTechs exclusively, but the early game EOTechs will blow out your night vision because they're not night vision compatible. So just swap it out for the optic with the hollow sun mount that I gave you, and just endure that.
I want to do that right now, but part of me's like, yeah, fumble with your shit in the helicopter, drop it in the ice bed, see what happens.
Unfortunately, not a function that's been realized yet. I'm asking the devs, I've asked Riki to add a safe mode in addition to the single and full auto. Just so that, you know, to give people an opportunity to fumble and eat shit for nothing.
Oh, that's way better. I'm surprised I was hitting anything with that other fucking thing.
Yeah, I thought it was odd that you had your shots just wander way off to the side. Right, I'm actually gonna pack it in for the day, but hope you enjoy the game. Give me a shout if you're in trouble again.
No worries.
All right, how do I unsquad? Open menu. Leave. Okay, we left the squad. Excellent. So let me hand off my ill-gotten gains. This game is significantly more fun with people. Like, the solo lone forest hunter grift is funny to an extent. Let me go indoors. There's like a funny function. You can go into the dorms and you can't lay on the bed? Really? That's no fair. Can I not go prone on the bed? Seriously? Oh. I can go prone near the bed. Just that was way more fun. Well, you see, you were also with someone who's a little bit more used to the certain mechanics of the game. Like, I can't say that I'm better at the game, I'm just used to the very specific brand of shit that this game tries to pull. Where is all of my money? Ah, there it is. There's a bit of a steep learning curve. Again, Tiferet was nice enough to hold my hand through it, and I felt like giving back is the correct thing to do. And I got to HK slap, which I don't get to do a lot because I run different guns that aren't exactly suited for that now. Okay. And if you eat shit while with a party, you also have the opportunity to, you know, you have a chance that someone is going to stand your ass back up out of a coma, or at the very least, they're going to guard your body. That's soft point. I don't want soft point. I want bow tail hollow points. Your experience with Tarkov was primarily ratting your ass off, looting shit and running, which isn't so much what this game is about. Yeah, well, see, I guess the PvP part is probably that. I don't play the PvP part because I value my sanity. I saw Rikisaurus play a shit ton of PvP today. None of that looked remotely fun. Like, if I could opt out of that, I absolutely would, and I do. Absolutely W game. Never playing the PvP. Just absolutely not. Not touching this shit. I have enough difficult games to keep me up at night as is. Does Gunny have more? Hell yeah, Bowtail Hollow Points. Give me your entire stock. Alright, stack these here. Stack one more over here, put this here. And where's my extra magazine? I should have a third mag. Unload. Where did it unload? Alright, we put this one over here. Seems designed to reward that sort of dedication. I'm not sure. I'm having plenty of fun with, you know, just playing the baby's first shooting game PvE component of it. The PvE component is plenty punishing. It's just that I, you know, try to make good use of whatever I overheard from people who actually deployed in GWAT. Like, you don't go first mission, put tracker on a high-risk area. Listen, they give you a perfectly serviceable M4, you get access to a good set of nods, all you have to do is figure out how to mount them on a helmet. It's not as bad as you make it look. I managed to stumble through early game without eating shit once. And then again, dying is still a normal part of the sandbox. Just, you know, make sure that you die in a way that makes body recovery easy. Okay, what do I even have in terms of tasks? I've taken on a shit ton, and I don't remember which ones, and I want to get my gunny levels significantly higher. Find the negotiator, what do I get for that? The M870, wow, that is, okay. It's not a very lucrative offer, my guy. I could just buy it, but okay. Search an alternative entrance to the military complex south of Fort Napier. Okay. Money and clout, sure. Fuel shortage. Lots of grenades. Check the levels. Fuel levels in the tanker truck at the sawmill. Where the fuck is that? Sawmill. Where is the sawmill? I feel like I've seen that. Do we lose night? Really? Someone's having fun over there. Is the sawmill somewhere over here? Because sawmill is not to be confused with the lumber yard. Because we were just at the lumber yard. Wait, did the server reset? The server did reset. We lost all of our points. I see. I don't want to take combat points on my own because that's hard and I am alone. Alright. I will deal with this next time I play this, which is probably going to be off stream. I'll be completely transparent because I can't keep my hands off this game. So what we're going to do is we are going to raid. I'm going to thank all of the fine people that followed. Actually, I'm going to safely end deployment and get my model back on screen so that I can issue my appropriate send-offs to everyone. Where is my Vinian? Close the game. Yes, quit the game. I'm going to hide my static PNG for a moment. Give the GPU a moment to unshit itself. Mind's Eye, is that already out? Is that the game that was, oh, Christ, I keep forgetting who made it. It's from, like, the old Witcher devs, or whoever, like, some SKPs from somewhere. Big Jack, thank you for the follow. I keep forgetting the correct, with the F, Interix, the F throws me off. Interix, thank you for the follow as well, and thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. Okay, let's see. Who is doing what? Oh, nice. The gang is playing Helldivers. Interesting. Tiferet, Nymphy, and Incognito Blazer. All of those are cool people, and I think we should raid into them. So what we're going to do is we're going to... I mean, they have a joint chat on, so we're just going to raid into Tiff. Helldiver... why am I... No, that's not how raiding works. Tiferet. Okay, let's see. There's Tiff. We're going to start the raid. Let me double check just in case I'm not overlooking anyone who I owe a raid to. Probably not. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's raid into Tiferet. We're gonna start. We're gonna let that ad play in the background. Oh, my model is still not loaded in. I am very sorry about that. Just a moment. Just a moment. Let me give you a visual representation of me. We are preparing to raid. Come on, come on, come on. Don't do me dirty like that. The raid is preparing. Cooking. Ah, there you go. We are back. Hello, everybody. Let me tactify myself appropriately. There we are. That's much better. Fantastic. But thank you everybody for dropping by. This is how I actually look like outside of when I'm torturing my GPU. Again, thank you everyone for the raid. Thank you everyone for the follows. It is much, much appreciated. This game is unreasonably fun. I will be playing it again, and it will be as scuff as you have seen today. But with that, this has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to regularly dry fire. Bye-bye.
I shall eradicate all the Xenos filth. Purge them from this sacred planet.
Purge them from me.
There's more coming?